time frame. It's really, you can get hammered that time of year. People don't realize, I think.
Yeah, for sure.
Part of the Montana
Slogging through snow. Yep.
Well, just about 9:30. I appreciate people logging on early. That I will kind of work at this and see if this is a good plan. And if it's not, we'll discontinue. And if it is, we'll continue. But we'll maybe do this for the next couple meetings and see how it goes. The clock on the clubhouse wall just clicked over 9:30 at my place. Do we have a quorum?
We do.
We do. Then let's call the meeting to order and begin with introductions, commission first and then other folks. And this would apply to everyone, actually, if you're willing. If you would not only give us your name and who you work with or who works for you, but also something good that's happened in the last week or so. If you don't want to share something good, you could share something bad. That's okay too. Years and years ago, we started in many of the Montana Library Association meetings doing something we called Joys and Concerns, which I think was taken from a first grade class someplace, the language, but it kind of helped us get to know each other a little bit better, and we thought we would transfer it to here. So I can see a few people online here, but Ken, do you want to start?
Sure. Ken Wall with the commission, and I'm in Missoula. I guess my biggest joy this week is that my garlic lasted all summer, and I just finally started next year's batch. I've always had more guests in the summer with family coming, and so I always end up running out of garlic out of the garden before summer's over. But this year, COVID has kind of put a brakes on people traveling, so plenty of garlic.
Great. Kenny.
Although one additional item is one of my friends has a big garlic party every year, and it had to be virtual this year. We all had to just share recipes. We couldn't get together, and that was the craziest party because you had things like people would try to put garlic in chocolate cakes and things like that. Strange kind of concoction.
It's like an Iron Chef.
Right.
I'm Kenning Arlich. I'm the Dean of the Library at Montana State University, and I'm the OCHE's Higher Education appointee to the Library Commission. I don't know, it's a little hard for me to dredge up joy at the moment. As some of you know, I caught a Giardiasis infection on my backpacking trip in September, and it's been a miserable few weeks. But I guess I could say the joy is it's getting a little bit better every day.
Well, good. Good. Well, we wish you all the best, obviously.
Thanks.
Dalton.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for having me today. I also serve on the commission. One thing that I'm super happy about and thankful is that the semester end is near, 6 weeks, and I'll have a little bit of a reprieve. So.
What does that mean exactly?
Which part, Bruce?
What in what way is what are you doing now that is unreprieved?
Oh, working full time and doing grad school full time is quite the task.
Yeah. Well, that is heroic. I don't know. Do you have kids?
I do not.
Are you married?
No, sir.
Well, then that's a good conjunction.
Absolutely.
Cool. Connie?
Hi, my name is Connie Behe, and I work at the Imaginative Libraries in Kalispell. It's the county library system. I serve on the commission. And, you know, racking my brains for something positive, I have to say what comes up is anytime my kids are playing together without fighting. It's such a pleasant sound of no sound. But this last weekend, we were drying our apples, and they were out harvesting the rest of the kale and all that stuff. And they were joyfully engaged in work together. They were like, this is so much fun. And I thought, oh man, if we can give them a little bit of skills for the apocalypse, this would be great. And so they were joyfully gathering garden goods, and that was a real positive moment for us.
You mean this isn't the apocalypse?
No, it is.
Jenny.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Jenny Stapp. I'm the state librarian, and it sounds like several of you, I too have been cleaning out my garden and doing the last of the harvesting and canning a lot of tomatoes and carrots and green beans, and really enjoy that kind of work. And then my husband, Ethan, and I are also in the midst of a basement remodel.
Oh, wow.
It's currently down to the studs and is at the point where now it can kind of slowly start coming back together. And he and I really enjoy doing the kind of home remodeling together. So we picked that up after taking a break over the summer.
Wow. Wow. Well, Jamie is off chasing cows today, and so she will not be joining us. And Elsie will be joining us around 10:30. She had another commitment this morning, and she's given me some comments to share with you when we get to the appropriate points in the agenda. I'm Bruce Newell, appointed by the governor, currently chair. I guess my greatest joy was I've been thwarted this last week. And by thwarted, I mean that the little cross pieces that look like seats in a rowboat are called thwarts. And they're complicated to fit into a boat that has all these sort of complicated round shapes, but they're dry fit. Everything kind of fits well enough that I can hide the mistakes with glue. And I'm delighted with that. It's a long, slow process. Dalton, I'm building a boat in my basement, kind of like the guy on, what is it, the NCIS or whatever it is. So that's my joy. Well, Jenny or Marlis, we need to go. Oh, no, wait, sorry. Who else is on the call? We have staff members and I think a couple of guests. Just jump right in, please.
This is Joe Bruce. I'm Joe Flick. I'm the CE coordinator for the State Library, and just here because I'm going to tell you guys about all the good things libraries did to help with Montana's census counting this year. In your program, I'm on the agenda for the afternoon.
Okay, that sounds good.
This is Pam Henley, consulting librarian. I'm just watching you guys because I like to know what you're doing.
So do we. Melissa.
Hi, everyone. My name is Melissa Williams. I am the Central Services Manager, and I am on the consent agenda for today.
Sounds great. I see Nanette.
Good morning, Bruce. This is Nanette Gilbertson. I am the lobbyist for the Montana Library Association. And like Pam, I just like to stay up to speed on what's happening with the commission and make sure I'm not missing anything. So thank you for allowing me to join.
Oh, thank you for joining us. Marlis, I see you're here.
I am Marlis Stark. Here, I'll turn my video on really quick so you guys can see proof that I'm here. Marlis Stark with the State Library, and I'm going to be attempting to run your screen. So let me know if you need anything.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Anyone else in the audience here?
Hi. Oh, go ahead.
Jessica Edwards. I'm the data coordinator for the State Library.
Thank you, Jessica.
And I'm Amy Martwick. I'm the lead system administrator for the Montana Shared Catalog.
Thanks, Amy.
I'm Bryce Maxwell. I'm the program coordinator for the Montana Natural Heritage Program. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. Good morning.
And Tracy.
Oh, go ahead, Tracy.
Tracy Cook, one of the consulting librarians.
Jennifer Brunell, the director of the Montana Memory Project.
Perfect. Thank you, Jennifer.
Hello, this is Kara Urban from the State Library.
And I don't know if staff and I'm sure guests haven't heard about this, but we invite other people if they can to kind of join us with their cameras on. I wish that we were meeting face to face, but since we're not, we're kind of experimenting with sort of new practices that may help us have more of a better meeting with a more fulsome exchange of information. And we can see expressions and body language and stuff if cameras are on, and we can't if they're off. So it's certainly not a requirement. No one will be boiled in oil if they don't do it. But if you'd like to do this with your cameras on, that would be maybe a step in the right direction for helping us have a better meeting. And guests and staff are certainly not are invited for as well in that. The reason being is when, you know, a commissioner such as myself says something particularly stupid, you know, the grimaces kind of help alert me that I've screwed up, and that's valuable information. So it's nice to see your face. Have I missed anyone on the list or on who's attending?
Hi,
Yes.
Bruce.
Go ahead.
This is Janine Brookie, and I'm the Federation Coordinator for Golden Plains Library Federation. I just happened to be here, so I jumped on early, just so I don't miss my cue and to give the report. And I'm sorry I didn't bring my personal laptop in from the ranch, so I don't have a camera on my computer, so I will be blank. Thanks.
Well, you won't be sharing your image, but I've never seen you blank.
Okay. Well, thank you, Bruce. Appreciate that.
Yeah, you know, I know that some that there are some users who, if they were to choose to join us, wouldn't be able to show their faces because we don't have adequate bandwidth extending to their device, and that'll be something that we might want to talk about a little bit later. Anyone else?
Hi, this is Marilyn Bennett. I'm the Outreach and Digital Resources Librarian at the Montana State Library, and today I get to talk about volunteer policy and trails.
Super, super. Thank you, Marilyn. Anyone else? Going once, twice, thrice? Okay. Well, we're going to take in, so the staff and guests, please don't go away forever. We're going to go into executive session to discuss Jenny's evaluation, and then we will return. And Marlis, I presume that you are the one with the magic buttons to make this happen. What do we need to do?
Marlis, I can zoom everybody to the breakout room if that's easier.
I was just gonna say, I'm actually not seeing that I have the ability to do that this time, so.
So you, commissioners, you should receive a notice that you're being moved to the breakout room. And you'll just click on that. So let's see, I'm selecting.
A breakout room sounds like a dermatologist nightmare.
Just give me a minute here. Make sure I don't miss anybody.
And for those of you who are not breaking out with us, what we'll do is we'll return and immediately start talking about goals for next year. And I hope that you'll be able to still be with us to discuss that. Up, there we go, join breakout room, yay.
So I have a question for people that attend Zoom meetings a lot and might actually be listening right now. Every time I attend, I'm usually a co-host, so my experience is a little different. If you are in the waiting room, waiting to be allowed in, do you actually get the chat messages we send? We have someone we've been telling them to identify themselves and they haven't been responding, and I want to make sure they're actually getting the message.
No, I don't think you get chat messages in the waiting room.
You don't. You get a little message that says you are in the waiting room. The host will let you in soon.
Right.
I agree. That's been my experience.
It gives you the option, you know, to send a chat, or at least for me, it says that I can send a chat to everyone in the meeting or everyone in the waiting room.
Oh.
So I've done that, but I don't, since I've never been out there waiting, I have no clue. And they're just waiting.
Marlis, I typically just let people in and then remind them that if they're calling in, we can't identify them, or it's that they need to self-identify. And if they don't identify themselves at that point, I usually just kick them out.
That is a very good idea, and I think I will do that. Thank you.
If they're calling in, maybe on a phone, do they see the chat?
Yeah,
That's a good
I
point.
can't
They
tell.
don't.
Yeah, I don't think you
Tell
see.
if this person's on, it's got an actual name rather than a phone number, like actually shows up. I mean, it looks like an email name. But I will nonetheless go ahead and do as you suggested and let them in and ask them to identify, and then we'll go from there. So thank you. I appreciate all the input because I had no clue. Jamie, the other commissioners are in the executive session. I'm not sure that I can move you there myself. I will attempt to, but I don't think I have the capability since I didn't actually start the meeting. For Sonia and for anyone else that has just come back to join the meeting, the commissioners are in a breakout room doing the executive session. They'll be back and we'll go into the discussion of state librarian goals. I don't have a timeline, but I wouldn't think it would be much longer.
Okay. The commission has finished its executive session. And when we all get back to the main room here, we'll begin the public part of the session again with a discussion of the state librarian's goals.
Bruce, I just wanted to point out that we have Jamie on the call now.
Oh, good. Excellent. Hey, Jamie.
I haven't actually heard from her, but she's showing she has audio and video both. So.
Oh, good. Thank you, Marlos. Good. Well, they must have found all the cows. So I'm going to click this. So who knows, who can tell if we have the full contingent of commissioners back? Let's see, Bruce Kenning, Geodata Services, Jenny, Connie, there's Dalton. I think we're all back. Well, let's start the general public part of the meeting with a discussion of state library goals, state librarian goals, which for those of you who were not part of the executive session, I've shared sort of my goals with some of the rest of the commission as an intent to sort of prime the pump. I'm not sure what the best way of starting with this, but is there a way of doing some sort of a whiteboard with this system? Jenny, do you know? Oops, you're muted. Up.
I know staff know more than me.
Shall I just let me give a short version of goals that strike me that we may want to discuss, and then have other people add, and then we'll kind of work through those. Would that be a helpful way of starting?
Sorry, I was muted. We use Zoom a lot, and the whiteboard stuff isn't the strength of it. But one option would be to do a Google Doc or something that we could all contribute to. But we take a few seconds to set that up and then share the screen. That's usually how we do it when we're trying to contribute to a document. I'm not sure we need a document, but
is that something that we can
generally
do?
The best way to do it with Zoom.
Marlis, do you have access to something like that?
I don't have anything set up on this particular computer to do that.
Okay.
At least at this moment. One option, depending on what you have in mind, is for me to just share a blank Word document and I can type in whatever you want me to. That's a little more cumbersome, but it is doable.
Marlis, are you willing to do that?
I can actually set up I can share one and send it to you as a shared link, just a public link. Is that okay, Marlis?
That would be fine with me. Yeah.
Okay, I'll do that while we're getting started, Bruce.
Well, the goals they're not even goals. The things that sort of stood out to me as things that we should probably pay attention to are ensuring sufficient revenue, helping Montana libraries and ourselves understand what's happening in this sort of a post in the COVID environment, but also afterwards. Broadband. Just speaking for myself, I need to better understand how NRIS fits into the whole organizational scheme. I want to figure out how the Trust for Montana Libraries is doing and what we can do to kind of help it get a good start. And the library standards process needs to be brought to be completed and start to promulgate through public libraries. So those are the things that occurred to me. What are people's, do people have other thoughts? Commissioners have other thoughts?
Bruce, this is Kenning. I wonder if, now that the State Library has joined the Trails Consortium, I wonder if there's a goal that should address that, or what the State Library might do in that capacity, or if it fits as a sub into one of the existing goals. I mean, the number 2, helping Montana libraries revision future library content and services is, I could see it fitting well into that.
Okay.
Jenny, do you have thoughts about that?
No, I agree, Kenny, and I think that's wise.
And I want to apologize to the commissioners and attendees, but particularly to Marlis and to Jenny for not thinking this through ahead of time to realize that this would be something we needed to do. That's my bad.
Bruce, this is Ken. I was going to paste in what you sent so far as a start into this document, but was that in an email? Sorry, your original list of goals. I did.
It was a Word document that was attached to an email about 2 weeks ago, 10 days ago.
Okay, let me try to find out.
When you do the Google Doc up, maybe just drop the link in the chat.
Yeah, that's what I'll do.
Restrict it.
Perfect.
Yep. And you don't have to, people don't have to have a Google account. They can just be anonymous, show up as little animals, I think. So something cute. Actually, I'll put up the blank document here and then find Bruce's to add to it.
And as we go forward, let's start with the commissioners sort of sharing their stuff, and of course Jenny, and then Jenny, with your permission, I would like to ask staff to add their 10 cents as well, because I appreciate their participation and their insights, and guests certainly as well if you guests have thoughts. But let's have the commission and Jenny sort of take the first round, and then we'll go from there. Sort of modeling how we do it if we were face to face.
I feel like I'm missing information to be productive right now. I'm sorry to be slow on the uptake. Ken, did you say you're going to find the list of goals that are already being considered?
Well, and they're just
yes.
Bruce's musings. They're not really goals, and they're not really being considered.
Oh, okay.
And they were tucked in at the end of the document of Jenny's evaluation.
Okay, I just looked at that. I didn't see it. Let me just look again.
There's a bold, in addition to these specific goals.
Oh, okay. So it's throughout the.
It's down. They're numbered 1 through 7.
Gotcha. Okay.
So I just put up a blank Google Doc with the link in the chat to everyone. Anyone can edit that, and including anybody that has the link can edit that and add to it. It's a little bit weird doing this if you haven't done it before, because things kind of move around as you type, but you basically just click your mouse where you want to make a statement or put something in, and it'll show up with everybody with your little animal name if you're anonymous. You can see them up at the top. So hopefully people are comfortable doing this. It's a little disconcerting typing a document together, but and I'll go find.
Sorry.
Is it being shown right now on the screen?
You have to
share it.
Okay.
You have to share the document. You have to open it in Marlis and then share it.
Okay. It says it is sharing, so I just wanted to be sure because it looks to me like it is. So is it showing now? Thank you.
There we go. Do any of the commissioners, and I'm speaking specifically of Ken and Kenning, do you have any objection to or Jamie, do you have any objection to your comments being included in this list?
I don't have any objections.
Kenning?
I don't have objections. I'm just not, I don't know. I'm just not, I guess I'm just less comfortable with the sort of, I don't know what I'm thinking. It just seems a little ad hoc.
Yeah.
The way it is.
It does seem a bit ad hoc. How would you make it less ad hoc?
You just take away the initials and just reformulate it into text blocks, you know, that sentences that flow into each other. I mean, it should be a document from the commissioners, not from individuals.
Right. That's maybe if we delete what's there and just start from scratch with sort of outline would be more, maybe people would be more comfortable.
Well, can I edit this? Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So how about we just do this? We just erase the comments, and I anticipate that we may want to erase more than the comments at some point. We may want to change documents.
But you also may want to flesh out the goals using some of the comments.
I agree.
I have a question, and this is probably more for Jenny than anyone else, but I don't yet have my head around how you usually formulate your goals and how big they are in this style of document, but these hardly seem attainable in the next year. Things like broadband to all Montanans seems more visionary than an actual goal within a year to get toward that end. So right now, are we picking out the themes that you want to build later goals around? Because if that's the case, then we don't need to focus so much on the wording or even what's attainable within the next year, but to kind of give you those themes and you can formulate what you feel like is accomplishable in the next year.
I totally agree with that. That would work for me well.
And then maybe even, I mean, if you highlight the different themes too from what you've already brainstormed. I don't know if I can do that real quick, just a second.
So I'm just leaving the goals extant here. Do all the commissioners see this Google Docs document? Or better yet, do any of you not see it? Ditto staff and guests.
Yes.
There are some people that are, at least a couple folks were on voice only, not on the computer. So we may have to read some of these out for those folks.
That sounds good. So I'll do that again. We now have a Google Docs document, which has got a list of 7 items: ensuring sufficient revenue to support critical state library content services. That's the money one. 2, helping Montana libraries and ourselves revision future library content and services in light of what we've learned during the COVID-19 pandemic. 3, getting affordable, reliable broadband to all Montanans. And I like the yellow highlighting. That's great, whoever's doing that. To the extent the library services are digital network broadband is, see, that can just go away. That's just blah, blah, blah. I recognize it's my blah, blah, blah. 4, continuing the integration of natural heritage program content and services into MSL's administrative and service sphere. 5, bringing NRIS into better focus as part of MSL's organizational structure, service, and content strategies, or maybe just helping the chair understand it better. 6, we need to figure out how to help the Trust for Montana Libraries get off the ground. And I will erase this one strategy that's underneath that. And finally, 7, public library standards process must be taken beyond draft stages and begin the process of adopting a new set of standards to begin in 2021. And I'll just erase all the comment down below there. So now we have a fairly simple 7-item list with 7 ideas for me. And please, I'm looking for suggestions from other commissioners. And Jenny, and would it be okay if I just took notes as people come up with other ideas or want to subtract some of these, and just I'll be the secretary on this?
Can you explain number 5?
Yes. This is kind of a me thing. I don't understand the relationship between NRIS and the GIS activities and the digital library activities, and what our strategies with all of that. There are specific things in the Montana Code that reference NRIS. I want to make sure that we're doing everything that we're told to do there, and that it's not some sort of a strange kludge kind of bolted on to the state library. I think the NRIS was originally sort of the core of the state library's digital strategies, and I don't understand its current role. And that could just be me, and this very well may not rise to the level of a commission goal, but that's just my confusion. So when I was taking notes, what I need to get resolved, that's why that got put there. I guess my most acute concern about that is I'm not sure that we're following statutory instruction perfectly with that, or if we are, I don't understand it.
Thank you.
This is Ken. I agree with that. I mean, I would like to have some discussion on that as well. I mean, I've been involved with the NRIS and the state library since the formation. I mean, since the origin. So I've got some history there. But for me, it's more confusion of heritage in NRIS, or what is NRIS beyond heritage is kind of my open question on that. But I think it is worthy of further discussion. One process suggestion for, if you're not familiar with kind of doing this group editing or whatever, if we do want to have others contribute here, generally you could type into the chat or you could open a separate document, but typically when I'm doing this, I kind of write it in a separate document so I can do some self-editing first and then paste it in. So that's one potential suggestion on how to do this if you want to add one. I've got one I'd like to add, which I'll paste in here like that. I'm not sure, the numbers these would probably be better as bullet points rather than numbers, but.
Who just added a sentence to number 5?
Connie.
Okay, thank you.
So I just would like to be clear again. Are we group editing these to a final state right now, or are we throwing out themes that will later be massaged into the final product? In my experience, group editing is kind of a painful process that doesn't allow enough reflection or maybe gravity. And so I would feel comfortable kind of throwing up things that are not fit for final consumption.
I agree.
If I could comment, I think what's really helpful for me here is seeing the broad themes and seeing some more detail if you have specific questions or concerns, issues that you hope that these goals will address either in the short term or the long term, having that kind of detail reflected so that I do want to have a chance to provide some of my initial thoughts about these different goals today, but go back and talk to staff and then come back to you at your next meeting to share a more final version of the goals to make sure that what we're developing is in line with your thinking.
So that sounds good. So I see that Ken is getting ready to add another goal and just put an 8 by it or something. Ken, don't we? I think.
Oh, those aren't auto numbering. Sorry. Okay.
Yeah, I think with everyone's assent, we'll follow Connie's suggestion, and these are just this is just sort of scribbles on a piece of paper taped to a wall, right? This is or on a blackboard. These isn't. We're not looking for literary quality here. Where we're just kind of we're using this to keep all the ideas kind of out in front of us. And whoever's writing about SMART goals, So let's do this. Let's do this. Let's when you do type something in, why don't you announce that who you are and what you're doing?
Yeah, this is Kenning. I'm just in response to what Connie said earlier about goals being rather broad and maybe not achievable in the next year. SMART goals are something that are often used to sort of bring them down to a realistic measure. So it's just an acronym that stands for specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-bound goals.
Sounds great to me.
So maybe, I mean, Bruce, to Connie's other point, is this, how far do we want to go with editing this during the commission meeting right now? I mean,
not
maybe
very far.
We send this back to our subgroup and flesh these out a little bit, or get them to a more specific format.
Well, I kind of like the idea, Kenning, of coming up with sort of a list, letting Jenny go back and reflect on this with staff, and bringing back to our next meeting kind of a version of this, showing what got dropped off, what got added, how things were changed, and we'll discuss those at our next meeting. And I don't know if we need to formally adopt them or not, but basically I'll give the thumbs up. May be able to get by with just a straw poll. Because
and it may be helpful, to Kenning's point, to share an earlier draft with the subcommittee that's working on the evaluation.
Oh, okay. No, that sounds fine. That sounds fine if the subcommittee is willing. With your permission, what I'd like to do, I guess, to structure this so we can kind of move on through the agenda is, why don't we begin with just sort of discussing them in sort of number order, which means nothing. And I trust, Jenny, that you'll take notes as necessary for moving us to the next step. And we'll just sort of walk through. Commissioners, as you have other ideas, please chime in, and we'll add those to the below number 8, and we'll get through them all. And if one of these sort of things thrown up against the wall seems like it's just really inappropriate, that's okay to say as well. So, does that process work for everyone? Does anyone has an objection to that?
Sounds good to me.
Are you saying you want to go through all of them now?
Yes, let's do. Let's just hit them lightly or heavily, as much as we need to give Jenny something to work on, and then we'll go from there. This is sort of a work committee of the whole discussion, but I think that is appropriate for discussing goals. So hearing no objection, anyone have any thoughts about the need to ensure sufficient revenue to support critical MSL content and services?
What is sufficient revenue?
How does staff fit into that? Is that, I guess it's implied.
Thinking about
Hi, everyone. This is Dalton.
Please go ahead, Dalton.
I'm not sure if you can hear me.
Yes.
I have to call it. I'm having horrible technical issues. One, I cannot see this working document as it's only locked in the chat, and my network is so lagged down. The chat function won't even open for me right now. So would someone please share that with me? And I also echo Henning and Connie's statements on building this now. I think we could be a little bit more insightful instead of trying to rush through this in today's meeting.
Well, let's get a start on it today, so it's not just Bruce's list, because I'm quite concerned about that. But we will come back at it again next week, or at our next meeting, and also in between now and then as part of the evaluation process. If I understand, that's the process. Jenny, does that sound good to you?
Yes.
Any other thoughts about the first listed one? And I sent you the list as it exists now, Dalton, just now by email.
Thank you.
Bruce, I have another clarifying question. When it's the commission goals, correct? Not Jenny's goals? Does this mean that it will be a work plan that the commission also has action steps around? Or are these really the goals that Jenny is setting, that we're helping Jenny set for herself and the state library?
Well, I think.
Oh, go ahead, Bruce.
Go ahead, Jenny.
I was just going to say, oftentimes these goals do include roles for commissioners as well.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, in the agenda, it appears as discussion of state librarian goals, but the state librarian's goals are, of course, wed to the agency goals, and which is, of course, wed to the commission goals. So it's just kind of our goals is how I view it. That may be overly mushy, but that's how I see it.
I think what Jenny just said makes sense on giving context to how it's been interpreted in the past.
Okay. Let's move on to the second goal. We can return after we've gone through the list to the first. We'll give folks a chance for that. The second goal is,
can I interrupt for just a sec? Dalton, did you get the link to the document? I sent it to your Gmail account, I think. Hopefully you did.
Okay.
Sorry.
Ken, I sent him just a cut and paste from this page. And when it changes, right, I'll send it again.
Okay.
And well, I would just add to this first goal. Clearly a major part of this is going to be as someone is typing now, legislative goals and looking for mixes of federal assistance if and when that becomes available. The key things I think for us, from my perspective, are the 911 funding, and the funding formulas by agency and also by GIS agency, getting those in law and working through that. I think also paying attention to coal severance tax revenues and where that's going. Not only is the money handy, but I think that we need as a commission to watch that. And as it starts dropping, which I anticipate it will do, making sure that we're backfilling the loss of coal tax severance funds with something else, so that the services supported by that are not starved. That's just some sort of my thinking about that. Any other discussion about number one?
There have been points added.
I'm sorry, say again.
There have been points added by Anonymous Cheetah.
I think that might be me.
Oh. You and your spots.
Hey, Jamie, nice to hear your voice.
It's just nice to see y'all.
Can you see us?
I can see you.
Oh, what a deal.
You cannot see me because I have put my background in instead.
We'll chat after.
The outline of your head.
Okay, goal number 2, helping Montana libraries and the state library revision future library content and services in light of what we've learned during the COVID-19 pandemic.
I feel like this is very mushy. And
to be useful to you, Connie, how would you make it less mushy?
Even a process of understanding what things changed and to evaluate them. I feel like a few steps before even a goal around re-envisioning or revisioning library services. Kind of even if it were a download about what was successful and how to evaluate it during. There's also librarians and libraries across the state are going to have so much to deal with as far as the trauma of providing frontline services during the pandemic. I don't know. I almost feel like we need some work around that too. Like, I can't even imagine when this will be all over And I think visioning what could happen after it's all over seems far out of reach right now, because every moment we're in triage still. So I don't know if that would kind of tie Jenny's hands as far as the work that she could done to revision library services with the rest of us.
Well, I think
It's a little bit of a rambling answer. I hope I'm making sense.
I think your points are well taken. I mean, there really are two aspects to this. I mean, one thing is we know, for instance, for a fact that the e-content has been very popular, and so we might want to kind of think about how that works and has worked, and who's not been able to enjoy that, and how we work that into our future plans. Your point about the trauma providing frontline services, I think I would agree, is worth looking at on its own. So there's sort of those are two wildly different things, which is to your point about being mushy, because yeah, it is mushy. So good. Do you have a response to that, Connie?
I just have some skepticism. Well, it doesn't mean that we will focus on how we've reimagined our current services to fit in the digital world. I feel like almost having to completely change the goal of that too. For example, we have digital story times that were wildly popular for a while, may not be popular anymore. We don't know. And how are we going to further reimagine our partnerships and all kinds of things beyond content, and even services for, I think, deeper like relationships and partnerships are so important right now during the pandemic. So I just would encourage it to be written in a more expansive way and a more exploratory way than the visioning process.
This is Ken. I think Connie raises some really good points, and maybe a better way to restate this second goal would be to, capture what we're learning during the COVID-19 pandemic, because we are still very much in the midst of it. And I think it's important to, it's like a slow moving catastrophe or, thing. And so it's evolving. And I think capturing it while it's going on is really critical, but we're probably not, we haven't entered the winter phase of this, physical winter phase. So it's going to be a lot different than summer, at least for most of us personally. So, I think it is important to capture that, but we're probably not going to be able to revision anything until we're through it and some time has passed and we reflect on it.
Thank you, Ken. I think that the tools to capture it, the process for capturing it, and to be able to process it together and come up with ways of evaluating what we think has been good right now, because I don't think it's going to match up with what our intuition is telling us. So those kinds of things along the way right now in the next year could possibly be helpful for that future visioning process.
So Jenny, are you catching that?
Yep, absolutely.
I think that's excellent. Excellent. It's starting to loom into focus. Other thoughts, Connie or anyone else about number, or Ken, or about number 2?
I'll add a little bit that I'd like to add into the second goal is also considering that our services, how far they can stretch, or who's being left out of this picture, being able to identify which agencies or communities in the state really aren't utilizing or capturing the resources that are available to them, and what are better ways that we, as Montana State Library, or our parent agencies, can serve the state of Montana, so we are actually being a larger utilization to our community.
Good. Okay, we'll take. There'll be a chance at the end of this to make one more run through this, but let's move on to number 3, getting affordable, reliable broadband to all Montanans. And I can't remember who made this comment, but that probably is a bit a bit undoable, in a year. But perhaps the notion of addressing the lack of broadband is a good comment. Jenny, my understanding is that you're working on one possible strategy for helping us with this.
We are in partnership with the Montana Library Association. We have drafted and just this week started to share with stakeholders very early draft of a study bill that would call for a interim study to look at confirming the needs that we know exist, creating consensus around broadband goals, looking at the oversight and necessary legislation to help Montana achieve those broadband goals, considering models for public-private partnerships to support broadband deployment, look at federal funding that we're leaving on the table right now to help support broadband deployment, to consider digital literacy needs. So at this point, there's very, very drafty legislation that we're starting to share with stakeholders, and we plan to hold a meeting of those stakeholders after the election to see if we can come to agreement on what this study bill might look like and to identify legislative sponsors to carry a bill in the session.
This is Jamie. Jenny, when you say stakeholders, that means those of us with a common interest.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
Please go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say quickly, some key stakeholders that we know we'll be engaging with are, in addition to the university system and OPI, the Montana Economic Development Association, counties, the Montana Telecommunications Association, and we have a growing list of other potential supporters.
Questions for Jenny about that? Moving on to number 4, continuing the integration of the Natural Heritage Program.
Sorry,
services.
Bruce, let me add something, Bruce. Sorry, I was on mute.
Okay.
To the broadband one, I think also looking at the options for the Broadband Data Act that Senator Tester introduced, but that was passed, bipartisan bill, is important, and perhaps combining with the hotspot deployment and that sort of thing, training or involving libraries in training of citizens on how to report, how to do a data speed test, and how to report their availability and contribute to the FCC effort to to find out where we have issues in the state. It would be another critical step, I think, or step that would be important. It's a minor thing, but everybody that could contribute to that will help the process. And we certainly have a champion with our senators in supporting that.
Good.
In supporting broadband in rural areas.
Moving on to the heritage. Any thoughts about that goal? Jenny, do you feel that this rises to the level of a emphasis, or is this just business as usual?
I do think that there's some specific work that continues to need to be accomplished. There's the very obvious integration of the website and better integration of tools and applications. There's also continuing need to do more outreach to the various offices for research in the different academic institutions to share with them what we hope is a positive opportunity to continue to partner with us and to further those relationships. We had a very positive meeting with MSU's Office for Research a couple of weeks ago, and we need to take advantage of opportunities to reach out to other institutions. I made note of it under the first goal regarding revenue. We're also in the process of preparing our indirect cost rate, which will allow us to collect those indirect costs on grants and contracts, further diversifying the funding that's available to continue that work. So those are some specific things that I know will be focused on in the coming year.
Commissioners, any other questions or thoughts? Number 5, bringing NRIS into better focus. And I think that that's sort of a personal goal, if I understand. Well, if I, to my way of thinking, similar to number 8, understanding statutory basis of MSL to provide direct support for local governments. That's my reflection. Others thoughts? So Jenny,
This is Ken, just to echo, I can't remember, I might have just talked about this in the executive session, but you know, I agree that some discussion on that's important. You know, years ago, when 20 years ago or so, or 25, most people kind of referred to the state library as NRIS because that was sort of the active program, and now that term is hardly ever used anymore. And so just how it fits in today's structure and goals and objectives, et cetera, is worthy of some discussion, as well as the statutory authority there and what clarifying that.
So Ken and others, perhaps we could take number 5 and number 8, so the NRIS and the local governments thing, and make those agenda items at future commission meetings to kind of get sort of briefed and then and discuss. Would that satisfy? That would satisfy my need. Would that satisfy the need of whoever wrote number 8?
Well, number 8, I think probably may fit more as a subcategory under funding to number 1. I wrote that one, and I think I wrote that one. Is that the one about local governments?
Yes.
I mean, I wrote that in conjunction with our current. I mean, the current proposal before the legislature that will be includes some additional FTE for serving local governments, and it's our first formal foray into doing that in a way that we're providing FTE application to it, staff application, rather than just out of the good of our heart, you know, providing services to the state. I mean, local governments benefit tremendously from the Montana spatial data infrastructure, and they contribute a good chunk of it. But we haven't really clearly defined that relationship to the extent we have with state agencies, and particularly the statutory authority there. So just making sure that we're, as a commissioner, on solid footing. So I think it applies more to the House Bill 633 than it does to heritage and natural resource information system. It's more of a focus of 911 and local government services like that than it is natural resource information system stuff.
Excuse me.
Bless you.
Thank you. Okay. Other thoughts about 6 or 8? Moving on. I'm sorry, about 5 or 8. Moving on to number 6. Figure out how to help Trust for Montana Libraries get off the ground. That strikes me that that's an agenda item, and we can discuss that at that point. But it's not a. It doesn't really. It's not a. It is not. Doesn't have the sort of the commanding presence that getting sufficient revenue does in my book. Do folks agree?
I agree.
Yeah.
It needs to stay on our agenda though, so that we can continue to update it.
Yes. Yes. And then number 7, the public library standards process needs to move on. It just seems like sort of a part of a work plan as much as anything. There are some aspects of that that are sort of that will require the commission's input and assent, or otherwise, in terms of how those standards are put together. Jenny, do you have thoughts about that? Or if I could ask Tracy, do you have thoughts about that?
I think we'll be going into more detail about it a little bit later in the agenda.
Okay.
But we do have a revised
Yes, I see. Yes.
set of draft standards that will be taken to the task force again in November and continuing to move that process forward. You know, we sort of put the process on hold as we were going into the pandemic. And I think we've learned some things that can be reflected in the draft standards process, but as this pandemic continues to linger, it's probably not everything. We've had some good discussions with the task force, and I do see and know that there is opportunity to continue to push forward even while we are in the pandemic.
So as promised, let's bounce back up to the top of the list. Any final thoughts before we turn this over to Jenny and staff to be revisited at our next meeting?
Jenny,
Hearing
do you
none.
feel like you have enough work?
And I want it all done.
Yes.
We might be going light here. I don't know.
Okay, well, thank you. Thank you for the discussion. Thank you, Ken, for suggesting the Google Docs. That seemed like that was a workable deal. Jenny, is this giving you stuff formatted in such a way that you can work with this, or are you going to need something else?
No, I think this is great. I think my task now is to develop those SMART goals related to these specific areas and then bring that back to the subcommittee. Are we all in agreement? On the
Works for me.
next step?
Yes.
And staff,
Yes.
I don't think there's anything here that would surprise staff or catch anyone off guard. So we'll certainly be having deeper conversations with staff as well.
And we'll probably do something that looks an awful lot like the initial part of this evaluation process, whereas after we get this list, we'll send it to the commission as a whole as sort of a heads up for what's going to be discussed in our next session. I don't believe any of this would be would require an executive session, but this will all get out to staff, to the entire commission, well ahead of the next commission meeting, so we all have a chance to ponder. For me, this kind of a list is something that sort of triggers thoughts tomorrow. So I'm eager to have a chance to, if I have any brilliant thoughts tomorrow, to take and add those back into the list for discussion. Well, let's move on then from to the consent agenda. And let me see. The consent agenda includes the August 12th minutes and executive session minutes that I presume folks have had a chance to see. It includes the fiscal 21 first quarter financial report and the volunteer policy. Does the volunteer policy need to be moved off of the consent agenda to be dealt with separately? We have a public comment bullet underneath that.
Bruce, you should just generally ask for public comment for everything on the consent agenda. If a
thank you.
commissioner feels like they want to pull any of the items off the consent agenda and have it considered separately, you could ask for that to happen.
Perfect. What she said. Hearing none, is there a motion to accept the consent agenda?
So moved.
Is that you, Jamie?
Yes.
And do we have a second?
Second, Kenning.
Kenning? Any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye.
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 Opposed? Nay?
Can I vote twice?
Not in this election. And any abstaining? Okay, so thank you very much, and thank you, Jenny. That was helpful. Jenny, may I turn this next item over to you, the 633 update, which is an action item.
Bet. So I think you're all aware that at their September meeting, the Legislative Finance Committee unanimously adopted draft legislation resulting from the work of the House Bill 633 subcommittee. I've included links to that draft legislation in your agenda. The one that we've talked about before would double the current recordation fee for the Montana Land Information Act.
Jenny, excuse me, can we switch back to the more standard screen?
Do you want the agenda?
The agenda, or if we move on to, for instance, the any of the linked items, so we can see that.
Can you see
I
Marla's?
apologize. I thought it was sharing, so that was my fault. Sorry. Is it
No, not your, no one's fault.
I can see the working draft that Marlis has shared with others.
Oh, I don't see it. So it's just my problem. There we go. I see the Montana Library, State Library work plan. Well, that's no good. Huh.
I see the working draft.
Bruce, are you in the Zoom window?
I am not in the window. I don't have a window.
Alt tab.
Click the little camera thing at the bottom on your taskbar. Little blue icon with the zoom icon.
I don't have a taskbar.
Click start and zoom, or click. You're on a Mac, right?
Yeah, I am.
Click your program. Click the Zoom app. Unless you joined it with a browser.
I joined it with a browser. There's the problem.
You got to find your browser window, or you might have to rejoin. Everybody else has seen we're seeing the draft legislation, first page.
Okay, I will see if I can. I'll go ahead, and I'll just rejoin. Sorry.
Are there any questions about the draft recordation fee legislation? I think our key stakeholders for this piece of legislation will be the Clerks and Recorders Association and the counties. And both of those associations are aware of this draft legislation. The Clerk and Recorders Association has also contemplated asking for a legislative increase to their recordation fees, which are included in this same piece of statute. They collect fees for things like records management. So they may choose to partner with us on this legislation. I have not heard that they've committed to that course of action at this point in time, however. But we are engaged with those stakeholders. I've not heard any concerns expressed from them for this legislative action. And then the second bill that the LFC unanimously adopted as a draft is the 911 statutory appropriation. And Marlis, if you scroll down, you'll see there's just some inserted language in the draft legislation that calls for a transfer of funds, $450,000 a year from the state 911 account to a 911 GIS mapping account. And our intent with that funds, if successful, is that it would do two things. It would allow the state library to contract for services that would help local governments to continue to evaluate the state of their GIS data necessary to support next generation 911, and then to hire a couple of FTE that would be available as GIS consultants to help local governments. So to Ken's earlier comments, this is sort of the first effort to try to get funding to support local governments for their GIS work in that way. Key stakeholders for this particular piece of legislation include members of the 911 Advisory Council, on which I sit. That includes representatives from the state's public safety answering points, local governments, counties, sheriffs and peace officers, others involved in the emergency response. We've also shared this legislation with that group. I gave an overview of the legislation at the 911 Advisory Council meeting in September, as well as a meeting of public safety officials. And thus far, we've heard no opposition from any of them. This particular piece of legislation, I think, is more sticky because there are different people who have need of these 911 funds. This legislation doesn't appropriate new monies. It doesn't increase the fee that is collected from our telephone services for funding. So it would redistribute the pie a little bit differently. And right now, again, we haven't heard any opposition to increasing or shifting the funds in this way. I know local governments in particular are concerned about what this would mean for them financially. The local governments receive a percentage of the dollars that are collected right off the top. And so this change would reduce the amount of funding that local governments receive by $450,000 shared across the 56 counties. So the overall impact fiscally is fairly modest, but it is an impact. We are arguing, of course, that we're better leveraging those dollars to help support local government needs, and local governments have been supportive of that argument that we're making. Any questions about that piece of legislation? So those two pieces of legislation will move forward as committee bills from the Legislative Finance Committee in the 2021 legislative session. The third action that the LFC took was to recommend to Budget Director Livers that he include in his budget 2 fixed costs to fund services for the state library. One is most closely focused on NRIS and the GIS functions. And the basis for the fixed cost allocation, fixed costs are determined by the budget office. They determine an amount of funding that needs to be collected, and then there's some kind of measure or metric used to determine how that cost is shared across agencies who are subject to the fixed cost. So in this case, the funding that we would seek for NRIS and the GIS, the agencies targeted would be those that participate in the state's enterprise license agreement, who most directly use GIS and the GIS services that the state library offers. And the proposal for the fixed cost is that the allocation be based exactly on the allocation for that Esri ELA, which is based on the number of licenses used by those agencies for those kinds of GIS services. And then the second fixed cost proposal would apply to all state agencies, and it would help to fund things like the state publications program and our more direct services to state agencies, including archiving of their websites and so on. The metric used for that fixed cost is the number of Active Directory accounts that an agency has, so a Microsoft Active Directory authentication. That is the same metric that is used to determine the fixed cost allocation for the State Information Technology Services Division. And we were arguing that if you think about our information infrastructure as a state, including both the IT infrastructure as well as the data behind it, we said it made sense to think about using the same fixed cost model for allocating those two components of the information infrastructure. So that's what's reflected in that fixed cost. Again, the LFC unanimously endorsed this letter, and it's been sent to Budget Director Livers. We did have a meeting with him last month to discuss the proposals. He was not in a position to commit to creating those new fixed costs at this time for a couple of reasons. Uncertainty about the status of the state budget relative to the pandemic, and then some hesitation in wanting to see actual legislation come from the legislature to propose these fixed costs. So at this point in time, in lieu of creating a fixed cost and allocating those costs across state agencies, what we have done is created a new proposal within the state library budget for a little over $6 million, the total that we would collect between these two fixed costs, and just funded it with the general fund. And were that to remain in the governor's budget and move forward to the legislature, that would be a new proposal that the legislature would have to consider. It's not what the legislature intends. They want to see a more diversified portfolio of funding and get the state library off of general fund to the extent possible. So I don't know that they would view that new proposal favorably, but they may choose to carry forward legislation to enact a fixed cost if the governor's office chooses not to. So there's sort of a 2 or 3 pronged approach to thinking about these fixed cost opportunities. Thinking about the role of the commission and what the commission might do to help support these efforts, you have in your meeting materials 2 letters that have been drafted by Bruce. One, a letter of appreciation to the Legislative Finance Committee and the subcommittee chair, Representative Beatty, thanking them for their work and expressing the appreciation of the commission for these actions that have come out of the LFC. I think it's a very positive step to acknowledge that work and to show support for their efforts and to acknowledge our continued role to support their efforts moving into the legislative session. And then the second letter is a letter to Governor Bullock and Budget Director Livers and Education Policy Director McCall Flynn, endorsing and encouraging the budget office to include those fixed costs in the governor's budget. And if the legislature chooses to adopt these letters or modify these letters in any way and move them forward, it would be our intent to, of course, send the letters to the legislature, but to follow up with the governor's office on a meeting specifically calling on him to endorse those fixed cost models.
Thank you, Jenny. Commissioners, any questions about any of the items under this larger, the 633 update, and specifically about the 2 letters, which, since your name's on them implicitly, you would be endorsing if you move to approve this? Hearing no questions, do I hear a motion to authorize staff to send these letters to the to both the LFC and to the governor's office?
I'll make that motion.
Thank you, Kenning.
Second.
Jamie, a second. Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye.
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 I'm going to abstain on this one.
Okay, thank you. As one abstention, are there any votes nay? Okay, so did I hear correctly that there are 2 votes aye and 1 abstention? Did we miss someone's vote on this?
Dalton looked surprised when you said that.
Dalton looked surprised.
Bruce?
Aye. Aye.
You said aye as well.
And Superintendent Arntzen, welcome.
Thank you. I very much appreciate you allowing me to give you my tardy slip on time, but thank you for that, Mr. Chair. So if you would share with me so I can make an educated vote on this, and I don't want to delay your process, but I'd be more than happy to put my thumb on. Where are we in the agenda?
So we're at the House Bill 633 update, and Jenny has given us sort of an update upon data recognition, 911 appropriation, then 2 fixed cost proposals. I have, in the Commission's name, written 2 draft letters, one to the LFC and one to the Governor's office, to the Governor, thanking them for their part in this process, indicating our enthusiasm, and hopefully encourage them to move this forward. And we've had a vote on sending those letters to the LFC and to Governor Bullock, and I've counted 3 votes. Was that a sufficient summary?
Thank you for that. So I am to vote yes if I would like the letters to go forward.
Yes.
And no if I do not want them. So I'll put a yes in that. Let's communicate.
Okay, excellent. Thank you.
And this is Ken. The reason that I abstained is because I have a potential conflict of interest, because I have some proposals working on House Bill 6 with the 911 Advisory Council with the local governments, and so that's why I abstained. I'm supportive of the letters, but feel like there's a potential conflict of interest there.
Thank you, and I appreciate your abstaining. Dalton, do you wish to add a vote?
Aye. Yes.
Okay, Dalton votes yes. So it looks to me like it carries. And thank you very much. Here we are, my friends.
If I could just make a couple of other quick legislative updates, and Superintendent Arntzen, if you know anything further, or Nanette, if Nanette is still here with us. In all likelihood, we will not be hosting a library legislative night. There's still ongoing discussions about the nature of the legislative session, discussions about whether or not it'll be in person, online, hybrid, timing of the session, the focus of the session, whether or not it might be more of a budget-focused session and less policy if they're not able to engage in person. But in talking to the Montana Library Association Government Affairs Committee, I think we all feel like it would not be prudent for us to host an in-person open house at the state library as we would typically do. So I wanted to make you aware of that decision. We are talking with libraries about what they might do to encourage legislative engagement within their local communities. I know Connie's talked about some great ideas that they have. So we hope to try to recreate some of the engagement that occurs that night at the local level. And then specifically for the state library, we're talking with our leads about how we can ensure that we're engaged and also educating legislators about the services in the state library. So for example, we may consider some kind of series of lunch and learn sessions or online learning opportunities throughout the early period of the legislative session. So those kinds of plans are being developed at this time.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, if I could.
Please.
Thank you. Wow, Jenny, it saddens me because those in-person times when I was a legislator they were wonderful, not just a gathering to understand more about the library, but it was a good connection with the peers in the legislature, regardless of aisle. But I know, in a reflection of what we're doing, we have reserved 3 rotunda days full well knowing those might need to be removed. But we are starting our education with them monthly now. And then caucus days begin on November 18th. And we are also hosting just a virtual half-hour caucus period on a Zoom call with them. And I think it's incumbent upon us in government to educate all, regardless of what kind of session it might look like, whether it's a shortened budget or whether it is prolonged with more policy bills as well. But I'd be more than happy to share what we are doing in a longer manner than taking time at this point. But I do know that it is incumbent upon us to educate, especially with what we've got going forward that we just voted on. They need to know where we are and why this is occurring. So thank you.
Thank you.
And then finally, I did mention the broadband study bill that the Library Association is working on with support from the State Library.
It is 11:21, and we've been at it since, some of us since 8:45, since we can't read the agenda, but since 9:30. Why don't we take a 5-minute break, and we'll come back at, well, I don't have a clock. We'll come back at, let's say, how about 11:30, a little bit longer. Come back at 11:30 and we'll resume with the state librarian's report. Okay, thank you very much. We'll see you in just a few minutes.
No. Just try and go outside. Yeah, just try and go outside. Yeah. Outside is good for you. Where'd you go now? There's a good window. Yeah, that's a good window for you to look at. Yeah. That's a good window for you to look at. Sorry, buddy.
I see, Ken, that you're up and standing.
Yeah, I can't sit very. I got to stand way more than I can sit during the day. I get too stiff. So it's good to stand a lot. In fact, when I'm on camera, I can't do my exercises, but I've got a little step stool here, so I'm always doing steps and various things to keep my knees limber. I'm on several. NINA is the group that provides best practices and standards for 911, and I'm on several committees that review documents, which is very good practice for me because I'm much more of a big picture, broad strokes kind of person, and so it's really good discipline to have to sit there sometimes spend an hour and a half with 50 experts around the country arguing about 3 words and how to reword them, and things like that. It's quite a challenge, but I picked up some, hopefully worked on my practice of working with a group on crafting documents, which is what we do so I do 6 hours a week anyway nowadays with these groups.
Well, if I did that online, I think I would have to increase my blood pressure medicine dose.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. It does.
It's hard work.
It is
I
hard
have
work.
it at times ask my youngest to help me edit the document, and we can just kind of sit down and do it together online. With just
It's
two
really
people.
cool at broadening your horizons, though, because we talk to so many people with different experiences than we have in Montana that it's a great way to get to broaden your perspectives on it, and it's really worthwhile.
I'm really proud of Jenny for getting the being elected to COSLA president or director or chief potentate for a couple of years. I think that's very cool.
Yeah, is the geographic representation of that pretty much nationwide, or do all the
every library, every state has a state library, and they all look a little bit different. Some are just sort of offices, but every state has a state library, and so yes.
We do have all 50 states as members, as well as 3 territories and the District of Columbia.
And Puerto Rico?
U.S. Virgin Islands, Guam, and the Mariana Islands.
Interesting.
Jenny, do you find so far have you found much of a rural-urban split there, or?
Yes,
in the group?
Yes. Interesting splits in interesting ways. I agree with Bruce wholeheartedly. I think our state library is incredibly effective in our work.
Well, it's 11:30. Let's start again, and let's start with the state library report. Jenny.
I'm going to try to go through this fairly quickly, so please do stop me if you have questions.
Jenny, can I just interrupt for just a second? I just wanted to make one mention on the potentially the discussion on hosting or not hosting a legislative night or day. You might talk to Aaron a bit and Michael about the NISJIC conference, virtual conference this year. I was particularly impressed with that group. They're very, it's similar. It's a bunch of states being represented there by technicians, mostly GIS people, but it was really valuable. They have a social part of that's really important, and the hospitality suite every night is very popular. And they did a virtual one, which via Zoom, which actually worked really well. I mean,
okay.
It was a little bit too much about how to mix cocktails, but at the same time, there was a lot of expertise in that arena. But beyond that discussion, they broke into smaller groups, and they started out with like 50 people there at the hospitality suite, and they broke into groups. So it wasn't a really information heavily loaded, but
yeah,
but it really worked, and it is an opportunity to potentially think about doing a Zoom-based legislative night with some little bit of pre-recorded education stuff as well as just hospitality stuff. It doesn't substitute, but it is worth considering.
That's a great suggestion, Ken.
Okay. Jenny, take her
I've
away.
included links in your agenda to our FY20 annual report. And again, we've used the story map format for this annual report. And I want to thank Jessica Edwards with support from all of the leads on creating this year's annual report. I think she did just a really fantastic job. And then you have also linked in your agenda the FY21 work plan dashboard. So what is reflected in that dashboard are those goals that the leads discussed with you at your August meeting. And as is our practice now, throughout the year, you'll see leads updating progress that they're making on those overall goals.
Is this work plan available to the public through our website?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
I think it's wonderful. Really, really good work.
I think it's wonderful too.
I agree.
So, as you take time to review the annual plan and the work plan, if you have questions, do be sure to let us know. Or if you have any questions right now, I'm happy to answer them.
Jenny, this is more of a comment. I love the graphic and the data visualization nature of the work plan, and that you're updating it real time throughout the year. I think is very impressive. What are you using to do it?
The back end is a spreadsheet, an Excel spreadsheet, and then we have a license to Tableau.
Oh yeah, that's so great. Awesome. Good job.
Yes.
I just want to also give appreciation for the story map. I think that's a great way to illustrate your annual plan.
Yes.
Thanks.
Absolutely.
It's been interesting to see more and more state agencies adopt these different kinds of tools. In our audit hearing back in June, we watched legislative audit staff use a story map to convey what they had learned about a particular performance audit in state government.
Well, 5 or 6 years ago, we talked about the need to have better tools for staff and commissioner, but the importance of having this information available to the Montana library community and Montana in general. And that was a goal, and that was actually considered sort of almost an undoable goal. We kind of had a subcommittee, and we struggled with it. I know there's always room for improvement, but I think we're there. This is so satisfying to see.
I'm glad to hear it. It took us a while to figure out exactly what we wanted, but I think this is a step in the right direction. And as I've said in previous meetings, some of this has just been a matter of us investing in our agency, investing in staff who have the expertise as well as the time to do this kind of work. I'm really grateful that we've done that over the last year and a half. I wanted to share with you an update, a continuing update on the Natural Heritage Program administrative changes. It talked about some of these activities a little while ago. We did have a very positive meeting, I thought, with the Vice President for research, or the assistant vice president for research at Montana State University, as well as a member of the faculty from MSU, to talk about what this opportunity to really look at a state academic partnership between the state library and various affiliate campuses under the umbrella agreement that we negotiated with the Office of Commissioner of Higher Education. Kenning was able to join us for that meeting as well. They were very receptive, I thought, to the opportunity. And I know that Bryce is already working with some faculty at that campus to direct some funding their way under the terms of this agreement to do some more specific kinds of work. Bryce is on the call if you have any more specific questions, but I think we're starting to see the results of what that vision looked like coming out of the administrative changes that we've made, and I'm excited for that. And as I said earlier, there's more work to do to deepen those relationships with the different affiliate campuses. Melissa is well on her way to completing the process for helping the state library to establish a federal indirect cost rate so that we have that established and can use it to ensure that we're adequately funding the indirect services necessary to support the Heritage Program, as well as other grants and contracts that the state library is continuing to generate. Again, as we've been able to invest more and more in our own infrastructure for the agency, we have more capacity to do more of this kind of work. So I'm really grateful for that. I won't get into the ugly details of what that process looks like to establish an indirect cost rate. Melissa's on the call if you have questions. But we've been able to formulate some good partnerships with the Institute for Museum and Library Services, as well as the Department of Interior, to help us establish that process. It will be about a 6-month process before that indirect cost rate is finalized, and then it's something that we'll revisit on an annual basis. So again, feeling very good that that process is moving along. That will be in place for future grants and contracts, and it reflects our continuing opportunity to diversify funding for the program and for the agency.
Jenny, will that indirect cost rate just apply to federal requests to Heritage, or will it apply to state and or private sector requests?
We have flexibility to decide if we want to apply it to state and private agreements or not. We don't have to. I know, for example, right now, certain Heritage Program agreements, they waive the indirect cost. So it can vary based on the agreement and the arrangements that are made and the deliverables of the agreement. It does not apply to our IMLS, Library Services and Technology Act funds that we receive, because that indirect rate is actually in federal law and it's set at 4%. So sort of next to nothing for that funding. But
there are also some funders who just refuse to pay any indirect costs. I mean, it tends to be the smaller ones and some of the privates, but there are some that simply say, we don't pay indirect costs.
We have not been good at an agency about being consistent or deliberate in how we've approached funding our indirect costs. So while we do have some flexibility and discretion, at least we're starting from a basis of having something that's concrete and defendable. The other update I wanted to make you aware of related to the Heritage Program is that on September 14th, I received an email from Linda Vance, the Ecology Program Coordinator for the Heritage Program, informing me that she was taking her and her staff from the Heritage Program and moving them to the O'Connor Center under the University of Montana. In thinking about this change and in discussing it with Bryce and with Evan, we came to view this change as something positive for the program, positive for the agency overall. Linda's retired 2 or 3 times already. And so Bryce has continued to remind me that we shouldn't fall in love with the funding that she brings into the program. And as we've talked about in previous meetings, the ecology work that is ongoing is largely focused on projects that are out of state right now. And you'll recall that a number of the public comments that you received with regard to the administrative changes were from programs in other states. With this move to the O'Connor Center, they will have the ability to continue to focus on that out-of-state work, which largely falls outside the mission of the State Library and the Natural Heritage Program, which is something that they want to be able to continue to do. And so we wish them well in that endeavor. They do have significant expertise, particularly in the wetland mapping, and we do have funding available for them to continue to do wetland mapping work. That work had gotten pushed aside while they were focusing on these out-of-state activities. And so using the umbrella agreement with OCHI and a specific agreement that we're currently negotiating, we will be able to ensure that they complete that wetland mapping work this year with those funds available. So that's a positive to the Heritage Program, the funders that are providing funding for that wetland mapping, and our partners overall. What I really want to emphasize for all of you is that this change doesn't change the State Library and the Heritage Program's commitment to ecology. That work is part and parcel of the work of the Heritage Program, and to earlier conversations about data and information that we make available through the Natural Resource Information System. It doesn't change our commitment to the Montana Spatial Data Infrastructure. The State Library and the Heritage Program remain stewards of the wetlands and land cover themes. We do, as I've said, have the ability to continue to contract with them to make use of current expertise for that kind of mapping work. We do anticipate that we will think a little bit differently about how we continue to do that work in the future. You're all aware of the work that we're doing, for example, to support LIDAR and the Montana Spatial Data Infrastructure elevation theme. There's specific connections between that theme and wetlands and hydrography that we want to better leverage and develop expertise around in-house. We don't think that this means that there's any real significant change for our partners, most importantly. We know what kinds of information they need to have access to the extent that we have the ability to continue to contract with Linda and her staff for that data. That data continues to be integrated into the Heritage Program applications. We continue to be the source for that information ongoing. And again, as I've said, this change gives her the freedom to focus on those out-of-state activities and activities that are largely outside the scope of the Heritage Program, which has been her focus now for a couple of years. So I wanted to share that update with all of you, answer any questions that you have, and certainly thank Linda and her staff for her commitment over the years to the Heritage Program, and wish her all the best in this change. Bruce, you're muted.
Yep, so fix that. Indeed, I agree, and thank you for that part of this report. Are there any comments or questions from commissioners? Okay, so the request for proposal updates.
These will also be brief. We have just about signed our contracts with OCLC for interlibrary loan and cataloging. I think they're just down to the final T's and I's. And then we are beginning the contract negotiation for the Montana Library to Go contract. That contract has been awarded to Overdrive, which is the current host for the Montana Library to Go platform. We did receive an appeal from another responder, Biblioteca, asking some questions about the nature of the scoring And so staff have been working with the State Procurement Bureau to address the questions that Biblioteca has raised. At this point, I don't believe that they're concerning and shouldn't delay the process of contract negotiation with Overdrive. And then finally, we did cease negotiations on a new agreement with OCLC for the Montana Memory Project. They are the current platform host of Content EM, which is the platform that supports the Montana Memory Project, and had been the successful respondent in the RFP for that platform. As we began our contract negotiation, we wanted to include specific information about future options that they had discussed in their demonstration to the RFP committee for new and enhanced services. And when we asked for a commitment on a timeline for those services, they were not able to provide any kind of commitment. And our staff and state procurement were concerned that they had shared information with the RFP committee that influenced the scoring that they are now not able to deliver on, and so felt like it probably unduly influenced the scoring. So at state procurement's recommendation, we've ceased the negotiation of that current contract. We have extended the existing contract that we have with OCLC to ensure that we can keep the Content EM platform in place through this fiscal year while we restart the RFP process. So that RFP is currently being drafted. It should go out this fall. We hope to award a contract in early to midwinter, and then we'll go from there.
Jenny, this is Jennifer. I'd actually like to just amend that. It's open and it closes
great.
November 6th.
Oh, super. Great progress.
Jennifer, this is Bruce. Thank you so much for seeing this complicated process through. It's almost like a puppy dog chasing her tail in a way, having to do this over and over. But thank you for
that's why I
doing
feel
that.
so exhausted.
Yeah, and I'm sure we'll get there, and it's so important. I appreciate you doing this.
Thank you.
And then finally,
oh,
go ahead.
Please,
sorry.
go ahead. Go ahead.
I just briefly wanted to mention, I didn't have on our agenda, but wanted to mention just our continuing work during the pandemic. Nothing has really changed from the status of the agency or our services. We continue to provide the Talking Book Library services from the library. We have minimal staff in the office. I think like for everyone, this is really becoming wearing on everyone. And so I'm really concerned about our staff and our ability to continue to be flexible with their time. I want to acknowledge how hard our staff are working and our appreciation for them and their commitment, especially for parents who are juggling childcare and education as well as work for the agency. It's a very, very challenging time, and everybody just continues to work so hard, and I appreciate them so much.
Indeed.
Jenny, please pass along my appreciation for all the staff and everything you do. I think it's very impressive, and a lot of times us librarians lean on you for kind of emotional support too, and you all need it from somewhere as well, but
yes.
Please pass along my appreciation.
It is a very emotional time, and Connie's right. We do lean on one another and need to continue to do so. It's very trying. We've had the first library who's received a threat of a lawsuit over the mask mandate, for example.
This is Ken. I didn't share this during the initial discussion we had on things we were happy about this week, but I just wanted to mention I was really impressed and with the Broad Valleys Federation. I sat in on their virtual meeting, and I believe I'll probably get the town wrong, so I won't mention where it is, but a young Boy Scout in one of the communities there put up everybody's seen the mini library boxes in front of people's houses. He put up a pantry box basically, and organized that. And the library's been involved in helping feed people that in need in the community. And I just thought that was a really inspiring thing for him to come up with, and a way to work with COVID and deal with it.
Jenny, can you repeat what you said a minute ago? I didn't quite catch all of it. First Library threatened with a lawsuit about what?
Over the mask mandate.
Oh.
Well, I know that the frontline staff are perhaps, well, I suspect the frontline staff in libraries around the state are viewed as a safe place for disaffected citizens to express their concerns about masks and life in the universe. It is an extraordinarily stressful time for all sorts of reasons, and I think many times our frontline staff are actually receiving the brunt of those. I thought that Connie's comment about the just the stress and you used a different word, Connie, trauma being experienced by some of these workers is something that will take us a while to work out of. And I certainly regret that for all sorts of reasons, but also to echo appreciation for Montana librarians who are in there and doing amazing work and staying true to the values which embody librarianship in Montana, both at the state level and also at the public level. So it is 7 minutes until 12. Is Sarah Groves with us?
Bruce, she had to drop off for another meeting, but I do have a report from her.
Okay. My sense is, well, let me just do a quick poll. So we're still a ways from the end of the agenda. I assume people want to break for lunch. Nod heads or shake heads. And okay, thumbs up, good. And you want to aim for noon for sort of a lunch break? Does that work for folks? Or do you want to take this further? So I'm seeing some more nodding heads. Okay, well let's do this. With this inconvenience, Aaron at all, if we basically did the MLIAC as the first agenda item after lunch.
I had just texted her to say that we were almost to her agenda item.
Oh, okay.
So maybe we could get through her agenda item.
Let's do that then. Let's try to do that. We'll get through MLIAC and then we'll break for lunch. Half an hour sufficient time? Thumbs up, thumbs down. Okay, so we'll break for lunch after MLIAC. Okay, that sort of housekeeping done. Tell us what Sarah Groves would tell us.
So this trust received its first grant funding this summer from the Steele Reese Foundation to support the Hotspot Lending Program. Steele Reese Foundation has granted the trust $20,000, and according to our agreement with the trust, they retain 5% of that funding for their operations, and then the rest of that funding, or I think it's around $19,000, is then available to help support the Hotspot Lending Program. Those dollars have to be spent by next summer, so it will continue to enhance that program. The trust right now has about $30,000 in the bank, 19 of which is dedicated to the Hotspot program. So that leaves about $10,000 for some operations. The goal of the trust remains to generate enough funding so that they can hire contract staff now and permanent staff in the future that can be really focused on their fundraising. So we're going to have a meeting of the board. We need to jumpstart the meeting of the trust boards again. A meeting to discuss how we might spend what is about $8,000 to $10,000 for some contract fundraising support. report over the course of 2021, thinking perhaps that we might have $2,000 to $2,500 a quarter to engage someone to do grant writing and other kinds of fundraising activities on behalf of the board. And then to do a year-end appeal for the trust. Those are the two activities before the trust board. We hope to have a meeting of that board late October or early November.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions to Jenny regarding trust? Okay.
Bruce,
Aaron?
excuse me, Bruce.
Yes, Connie.
Before you go to the next item, sorry to distract from the meeting. I need to leave to our board retreat this afternoon. I'm sorry for leaving early, but thank you all for a great meeting, and I'll see you next time.
Thank you for joining us. See you next time. Has Aaron joined us? Yes, there she is. Okay. Jenny, please, with the next item.
Well, I just wanted to share a brief update from the Land Information Advisory Council meeting that we had in September. We're nearing completion on an agreement that will help us do a GIS strategic plan. We haven't had a GIS strategic plan in place for quite some time. And so Aaron's been working diligently on that, and will be engaging the council as well as other stakeholders in a planning process over the course of this fiscal year. I'm sure Aaron has more information about that planning process. And then we had a great discussion with the council about the FY22 land plan. We used the meeting as a working meeting to continue to revise that land plan in anticipation of bringing it to public comment in October, and then to the council in November, and ultimately to the commission in December. So we have some feedback from the council, and Aaron's been working with the stewards on updating the MSDI components of the land plan. But due to circumstances, including the pandemic, at this point in time, we feel like we need to push back the overall land plan timeline, and subsequently the grant application timeline, the grants being tied to the goals established in that land plan. And we've shared a request from staff asking for the commission to push back the land plan process as well as the grant cycle process by 2 weeks, to the extent that we can get the plan posted sooner, and to the commission, to the council and the commission sooner. We'll certainly do that. To the extent that we might be able to post the application process sooner, we would do that as well. But this does push the application period deadlines back for this next year. It does buy applicants a couple more days in the application process, so we think that would be a positive for them overall. It shouldn't impact grant recipients' ability to get their grant programs off the ground in any significant way, we don't think. But we appreciate your understanding. Aaron, if you want to chime in on any additional circumstances, let me know.
I think you summed it up pretty well. We're releasing a new grant tool, and I think this grant tool will just really help with the process in general. And even though we are going to be approximately 2 weeks behind, like Jenny said, I don't think it's going to harm the FY22 2022 program. The reason why, for those of you that are new, that we have to approve the land plan so early is because of the grant program, so we can set the priority for funding which is why we have that needing to be approved, the land information plan, on December 15th. That sets the priority for the grant program funding, and so that's why it's always been approved approximately 6 to 7 months before the program or the plan actually goes into place. I don't think I have much more to add, but if you have any questions, please let me know.
Commissioners, any questions for Jenny or for Aaron? Well, this is an action item. I guess we need we need a motion.
I'll make a motion.
Please.
I'll make a motion to delay the deadline for 2 weeks. I think that's the correct amount for the land plan.
Second.
And the second came from Jamie? Jamie, okay, thank you. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by aye.
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 Opposed with nay? Any abstention? Great. I think this is very sensible, and I know that it's a busy time for all of us. This will give folks a chance and make it possible to do this without wearing the fingers off of our staff. Good deal. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, it's 12:03. Can we do a 12:30 resumption? Okay, I see a thumbs up on Ken. Jenny, that can work for you and your folks?
My big thumb is up.
Okay, big thumb is up. So I'll see you all in just a little bit less than half an hour at 12:30, and we'll restart with Federation reports. And I hope this works for you, Janine. Thanks very much. Okay, see you in half an hour. Hi, Tracy. Hi, Tracy.
Hey, Bruce. Hey, Jamie.
Looks like you're going to be the lead on the foundation or federations.
Yes,
Super, super.
I am. And I think we have a few coordinators that were able to remain with us. So
Yeah. I always want to put everything as the first item, you know, to make it easy for folks.
yeah, it's hard when you have guests. And there is a MSC meeting conflict. So that's also an issue too. So
What were they thinking?
I know. I think Karen and Amy were like, whoops.
We can make it work.
Yeah, definitely.
We can make it work.
Great.
Boy, it's cold down here.
Yeah, it
Must
is
be cold there
chilly.
too.
It is chilly. It finally feels like fall. It's been like
Yeah.
a lovely summer. I didn't share my joy, but my joy has been rediscovering the Highwood Mountains, and we went on this gorgeous fall hike, and the aspen were turning like gold. So it was like walking through gold. It was just so beautiful.
Yeah.
This lovely fall, which is great after the snows last September.
Yeah. Well, what's happened here is the last couple of days we've had all this wind, and so, you know, in places, you know, the trees that were, you know, backlit to shine, you know, the leaves are gone.
Yes.
You know, they're digital trees, and we're all leaved out. It's gorgeous, and then boom, we lost the leaves on both of our linden trees in a day. They just were here, and then they were gone.
Yes, it was kind of funny. It was like really calm, and then the famous Great Falls winds
Yeah.
came in, and it was just like boom. So,
Well, Jamie is
great.
lucky it doesn't blow up in a White
oh
Salt.
yeah, never.
I was concerned that she was going to, I was trying to preempt any sort of sarcastic remarks she might have about it being windy here at our house.
She's thinking something up, Bruce.
I can see just a silhouette, but I can see little thought bubbles.
She may have to weigh in now.
Hey, Jamie, how's your back? Maybe she can't hear. She's muted us. That's the thing. Muted us.
Oh,
She has a
that's
special screen where she doesn't mute herself, but she just mutes us.
that is super smart.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Happy now? Fine.
How
It
is
was
your back?
better when I was quiet, wasn't it?
No, it was not better when you were quiet. Is your back recovered from all the fun?
Oh, my back's 100%.
Oh, isn't that great? Oh, I'm so glad to
That's
hear that.
awesome.
Yeah.
Good.
Snippety, snippety, and that's all it took.
Yep. Well, like I say, I said earlier, is I'd been through that, and it was a miracle.
Yeah, I can walk now. We went to, a friend of mine and I went to Sheridan, Wyoming. Her sister celebrated retirement, so all of her sisters got together, and I got to be the driver. And we had a marvelous time down on the river, a surprise party, and the trees were magnificent.
I think it's pretty true that we do live in paradise, don't we?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Peeked out the hotel window the first morning, and there was a hot air balloon flying over the city of Sheridan.
Oh,
In your
that's
honor.
a beautiful sight.
In my honor, yes. Of course.
Goes without saying. Let's see. Well, it looks like the gang's all back here. Thank you very much. I do appreciate that. I hope you all had delicious and satisfying lunches. If we may, let's at 12:32, let's start again with the Montana Library Federation's fiscal 20 annual reports.
Thank you, Bruce. So I'm sure the commissioners might have noticed that Jessica and I changed up the Federation annual reports. They look a lot different than they have in past years, and we are curious to know if you like this style, if this answers kind of some of the questions you've asked over the years, and what changes you would like to make going into next year. What we really did for the sake of our new commissioners is we used to have a very text-heavy annual report for each federation, and the commissioners would often ask me about just kind of statewide information and trends and so forth. And so Jessica and I sat down and took this as an opportunity to try and create something that can show you the statewide and then also by federation, in case you're curious. So the federations are the 6 kind of regional networks. They've been in existence for many, many years, and they receive funding through the coal severance tax funds. And each individual library receives a grant, and then there are some funds that are used for the federation as a whole. And so what this report is showing you is how those funds were expended in last year. And it starts out at the statewide level. You can break it down by federation, and then that's when you can see the individual library reports. So as you can no doubt see, the vast majority of the funds, which the federations as a whole, all 6 of them, we have allocated $225,000. Most of the money is spent on resource sharing and technology, and that holds true across each federation. And then within the different programs, so Marlis, if you could click on resource sharing and technology up there on the, you were up at the right spot, up there on the blue bar, just a little bit above that. It says, yep, and then go towards the end. Yeah, thank you. We also wanted to try and share with you sort of what the librarian said, this is how this benefits us or our community. And so of course the size of the word cloud is what determines how many libraries chose that particular outcome or impact. And so before I go into kind of turning this over to the coordinators that we do have on the call, I first did want to know what you thought of this report, and is there anything else you would like to know about the Federation spending going forward into next year, or do you have any questions about it?
Commissioners, what do you think?
Tracy and Jessica, I want to say, wow, this is amazing to utilize technology and put it in a presentable way that, in layman's term, anyone could look at this and understand where the resources are going. So I'd love to learn more about the process you went into this, but it looks great. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll second that. I love these reports, and I have been showing them to my assessment people and keep hoping that they're going to follow suit.
Yeah,
I third that motion.
Yeah, it's been really fun to work with Jessica. Although sometimes I worry that she might be like, oh no, I'm getting another message from Tracy. But she's just been wonderful to work with and very good about, I'll say, Jessica, I think this is what they're asking. How can we show that? And she's been great about finding a way to do that. And this also runs on just a simple spreadsheet.
I think we have such a responsibility to be transparent to librarians and to the public as a whole. And this goes such a long ways. This is, as before, I think this is sort of the fulfillment of a long sort of, it wasn't even a goal, it was sort of a dream. And as before, here it is. I think it's spectacular.
Great. Okay, well, if you do think of anything or have any questions, let us know. With that, I think we do have 3 coordinators on the line, and I can just open it up to them. I was asked by Hanor to just kind of give a quick update from her. She had a conflict and could not make it. So Tamarac's probably big report would be that federation, which is in Western Montana, usually has their face-to-face retreat in May. And of course, with COVID-19, they chose to take that online. and have only a business meeting. And so those funds were given to the Montana Library to Go project as a donation to increase the content, given the incredible increase in usage by patrons in Montana. The other news that Hanor asked me to share is this will be her last year as Federation Coordinator. She is going to step down after the spring meeting, and Abby Dooley, who is the Director of the North Lake County Library, will be stepping into that role as Tamarack Federation Coordinator. Yes, so you are in fact going to see a few new coordinators at your next year's meeting. The other, I'll let Janine share her news, but the other news is we have Lori Roberts on the line, who's the director of the Dillon Public Library and who has graciously agreed to be the new Broad Valleys Federation Coordinator. So I think with that, I will just kind of open it up to Valerie, Lori, and Janine. I wonder, Valerie, would you like to go first? She might be unmuting.
I believe I'm unmuted now.
You are.
Okay, very good. Well, as you can see on the map, the Pathfinder Federation goes from Glacier County over to Blaine County and down to Cascade County, 9 counties in our federation. We have 15 libraries, and we are, like everybody else, most of our money went toward research and resource sharing and technology. OCLC, Montana Library to Go, MSC, those were the big things that people used their money for. We did have leftover funds because we didn't do the spring meeting. So we did donate that money to Montana Library to Go as well. And I know you often wonder, what the value of the Federation funding is. And for our Federation, I can tell you that there are a lot of things that we would not be able to do. Personally, in my library, we wouldn't be able to do any go to any conferences or any training. Not that that's anything that any of us are doing right now, but in a normal year, we wouldn't be able to do that. And I think that holds true for quite a few of the libraries in our federation. We did have several libraries this year that chose to put money toward the community outreach, my library included, and we used our funds to purchase summer reading materials. We had one library that used some community outreach funding to purchase Christmas projects for their Christmas stroll. And then we also have a library that used funding in that category to pay for mileage to do an outreach storytime program. And that's kind of it in a nutshell, unless you have questions for me.
Valerie, if since you've got our attention, is there anything that we should know from you that would make something that we could do that would make your life easier, better?
I can't really think of anything off the top of my head.
I understand it's implicit in your report.
Right.
But, if you think of something before this is over, chime back in, please.
Okay. Thank you.
Janine, would you like to go next?
Thank you. I represent the Golden Plains Library Federation, and I will be stepping down also at the end of this fiscal year. When I finish, I'll have been doing this for 16 years. Jonna Underwood from the Sheridan County Library in Plentywood has graciously said she would take over. And she was in the meeting earlier, but she is part of the Montana Shared Catalog and is on the exec board on that. So she couldn't stay for the rest of the meeting. I thought I'd get her in and kind of show her what some of her responsibilities would be. Maybe she can attend the spring meeting online for the Planet service. This year, with everything being so hectic and not having the MLA convention, spring convention, that most of our funds did get used for resource sharing and technology. And I know I took and used my funds to purchase new computers for patron access computers. The patron access computers I did have, I had gotten through the BTOP grant back in 2011. So it was kind of nice to get some updates. And community outreach got more funds used this time than we have in the past. And a lot of those funds were for summer reading and advertising and just outreach to our communities to let them know what was going on, purchasing advertising and just kind of keeping in touch. When I did have some extra money left over in my administration funds. My Federation area, the 5 public libraries, and we do have one community college library that we give money to for continuing education. Being she couldn't go to the MLA, she did use that to purchase summer reading program. Anita Sheets at the Fort Peck Community College has started taking over a lot of the public library responsibilities, and she did a nice summer reading program for the community this summer. So we do put $500 into a scholarship to help a teacher go to MLA, and since they didn't go, nobody got to go to MLA, we use that $500 plus a little bit extra leftover money to go to the Montana Library to go. So that's about how we spent our money. Thank you.
So Janine, same question. Is there something that we need to know that you'd like to tell us?
Nothing that I can think of. In the 16 years that I have been doing this, the Montana State Library and you as the commission have been wonderful to work with. I've never had any problems. If I did have questions, they were always answered, and I can't think of anything that we need to do. I know for my library, we're looking at maybe reduced funding for this coming year, and Tracy Cook and Jenny Stapp have already offered to help me look at possibly running a mill levy and supporting the library and trying to keep everything going. The commissioners have said this last year that we are one of their non-essentials, and with reduced income and a mill levy not passing this last June, that they were going to do some cuts for the library. And one of the things they would like to do is cut the director down from full-time to a part-time, then they wouldn't have to pay my insurance. And so that's one of the reasons why I'm stepping down as Federation coordinator, because I don't know what's going to happen in the future with my job. And so we'll just have to wait and see.
Well, we certainly wish you all the best of luck and the canningest of strategy to take and turn that situation around. I mean, it's hard to hear. And as well, I'd like to thank you for the 16 years of amazing service you've given us. And all the countless hours on the road getting to meetings when they were held face to face. And speaking personally, I wish we were meeting face to face. I enjoyed seeing you, and I'm sorry that you're having these troubles.
Thank you. Anybody have any questions? Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Janine. And I believe the last coordinator we have online is Lori from Broad Valleys. And Lori, would you like to say anything? I know you just stepped into this role, so.
Yeah, this is my second month in this role, so hopefully I get this right. Janine, if you need a letter of support, I'm more than willing to write it. Our Broad Valleys Federation, we have 12 libraries. I didn't count the counties until Valerie told me that you can count the counties, so there's that. But we spent most of ours on resource sharing and technology as well, and MSL statewide projects. I know with my library, I spent the money on, we have what's called Universal Class, and then we also have another database that we use that's an educational database. Universal Class is online classes. We have over 500 classes, and they are, when I spoke to OPI, they are college accredited classes, so our teachers and things like that can use them as continuing education credits. So our library pays for those, and if they have a library card, they can get on and take the classes for free. Those classes usually cost anywhere between $75 and $300. We don't pay for books. Some classes do request that. It looks like we also, Broadwater, they did subscriptions and a camera system, MSC fees, Cisco, replacement of computers for patrons, a new scanning system, Chromebooks, museum passes, OCLC replaced laptops, that kind of thing. Our money, because we did not get to have our meeting as well, our meeting is in March, and so we did an online Zoom meeting in April and voted to put our money towards did we do Montana Library to Go? We did Montana Library to Go.
Yep, that's correct.
So that is kind of what we're working on. We're hoping that we get to meet this spring and looking forward to that. Hopefully stuff is over by then. But that's all that we have going on. Do you guys have any questions for me?
Lori, the same old standard question. What can we do for you that we're not doing?
Well, I'm not really quite sure it is what you do. And so I will find that out and come up with a question for you.
I will hold my breath.
Okay, don't do that. Don't do that. You might turn blue.
Well, it's terrific. I'm glad that you and the other coordinators were able to join us on this. And I really do mean it. We need to take, I think, special effort now that we're doing these things virtually for the, at least now. And when we have you, pick your brain for things that are missed by the kind of the format of otherwise the format of the reports and stuff. And just because we're asking what we can do for you doesn't mean that we necessarily can do that, but it really helps to keep the communications lines as open as possible so that we get informed about what we could be doing better to take and meet the needs of your patrons and patrons around the state. So that's why I ask these questions, and if people do, coordinators do have thoughts afterwards, now's the time that we're sort of formulating plans for next year to let us know, and no promises, but we will certainly, as always, do what we can do.
I do appreciate that the State Library was able to help us out with hotspots and laptops and Chromebooks. Our school just went to 2 days a week, and so the kids on those other days have to log in via those computers, and there's a lot of families that don't have the internet access or have tablets or anything else for those kids. So it's really nice to be able to help our community out, and we really appreciate that those funds were available to get that access to our community members.
Yeah, well, good, good. Tracy.
I think that is all that I had. Sagebrush and South Central are the only other two that you did not hear from. And I know South Central also shifted some of their funding as a donation to Montana Library to Go. Sagebrush actually did choose to meet face-to-face, although they had an online component. And so both of them also spend their funds typically in the resource sharing and technology.
If I may, Lori, are you still online with us? This is Jamie Doggett.
I think she is. She is muted.
Okay. I just wanted to ask where is her library?
My library is in Dillon.
Okay. Well, you're sort of in my area, so I'd like to come down and meet you sometime.
That would be great.
You don't know me. I'm crazy.
I don't.
Aren't I, Bruce?
That could be fun.
Crazy and my favorite kind of crazy.
All right.
I could recognize actually the Dillon, the stone on the outside of the Dillon library building from your picture there, Lori. It's such a handsome building.
It's a great building, and the history of it is a lot of fun because the lady that actually mined the stone.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah. Her husband passed away, and she inherited that quarry, and so she was able to mine it. And so it was kind of great that this is actually a female-run building, I guess. It's kind of crazy, but yeah.
No, that's wonderful.
Yeah,
Do you know Mike Schultz?
What's that?
You know Mike Schultz?
I don't.
I think he is, he might be a librarian in one of the other libraries. I'm not sure.
Yeah, he was the director of the Carson Library before Anne.
Okay.
Yes.
UM Western.
Yep, at UM Western. Mm-hmm.
Yes, he actually retired as the librarian up there my first few months here.
Retired?
He did. He's like a cruise librarian. Well, I don't know if he's doing that now, but he did do that. So he worked on cruise ships as the librarian. He really loved it.
A great
He knows how to live.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Wow.
thank you for your report, Lori. I look forward to meeting you someday.
Thank you. That would be great.
Thanks, Lori, and thank you all. That's great.
Thank you, Tracy.
Joe Flick, are you with us?
Oh, before you go on, Bruce, we do need your approval of. We do need your approval of the annual report.
Oh, we do. Oh my gosh.
Yes,
oh my gosh.
please.
So, need a motion to move towards the approval of the fiscal year 20 annual reports from the Federation.
So moved.
Jamie?
Elsie, I'll second.
Thank you, Elsie. Great. Discussion? All in favor signify by aye.
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 Yeah, opposed? Nay? Abstentions? Passes unanimously. Thank you very much. And Tracy, thank you very much. Good catch. My pen was sitting on the paper in just the wrong way. Okay, Joe Flick, please.
Hi, everybody. I'm in my car in a parking lot because, you know, it's COVID and I had an appointment today, so I can't go inside anywhere. So here I am, but technology's grand. I'm going to get you started on a little presentation I have. But this is what you're looking at right now that Marlis brought up is the dashboard for our It's Not Too Late to Be Counted week at the libraries that took place just a few weeks ago, the third week of September. And despite closings and limited hours, we still had 47 libraries that were offering some service or another to support a complete count in Montana. And if you heard the news today, the Census Bureau is shutting everything down tomorrow, the 15th of October. But Montana's libraries were really, I think, quite successful in helping Montana to get a pretty good response to self-reporting in our state. And I'll tell you a little bit more about that. Marlis, I'm going to try to share my screen, but I think you're going to have to give me permission to do that. You let me know when I can do that. If not, oh.
That come through, Joe?
Let me see. Yes. Let me just pull up my presentation here. It'll help, I think, to kind of walk through things a little bit. So just a sort of starting here at why Montana Libraries really got involved with the census this year in a big way. And part of it is that Montana does receive about $20,000 for every person that is counted in the state. That's every man, woman, and child, and over the next 10 years. So it's a kind of a big deal to our state that we get a good count. And then, and these figures are straight from the Census and Economic Information Center in Montana. Montana also is in the running to gain a congressperson if we get a complete count, because our population is increasing in our state. So there are two reasons, but the big thing is that the way that the census was going to be counted this year in 2020 was changing. There was a great deal more emphasis on reporting your census numbers by mail. So fewer people were going to be getting census forms in the mail for self-reporting by mail, and there was more reliance on people going online or by phone. And we know in Montana that a lot of the folks who live here do not have internet access at home. We know they go to their libraries when they need internet access. So we thought it was really important to get Montana libraries kind of up to speed on that. So we have a number of homes also in Montana, a larger than normal number, that don't have mail delivery in Montana. I'm one of those people. I have to go to the post office to get my mail. It's not delivered to my home. And under census rules, mail can only be delivered to a physical address. So that presents another hurdle. Official census mail, that is, the forms. So that requires a lot of door-to-door knocking in Montana. And of course, it turned out to be really important after COVID came along, because a lot of that door-to-door knocking got put aside. So the Census and Economic Information Bureau very early on set a goal of reaching 60% of Montana's respondents be self-responding. That's on the internet or by phone for the most part. So the other thing that we thought was important was that all these changes were not really widely known or understood, and we thought libraries had a good role to play to help inform their community about that. So now here's a little timeline of how things went. This really it's all Jenny's fault, just so you know.
The pandemic, you mean?
Yeah, no, not that. But Jenny did begin this work for us back in 2018 when she joined a national task force that ALA put together regarding the upcoming census.
I should jump in here, Joe. I can point blame at Evan and Aaron back in 2016, who were working with census on GIS activities.
Oh, so
and were the first to raise alarm bells about the online component of the pandemic, and it was at a COSLA meeting in probably 2016 or 17 that I had a chance to talk to IMLS and said, are you guys coordinating with the census? This is going to be a big deal, and with ALA's Washington office. So it's really their fault.
There are so many nefarious individuals involved in all of this good work. It's really quite remarkable.
Yes.
But it does go way back when we started to kind of get flags up on it. And so when you were appointed to the Complete Count Committee in the state and represented us on that committee, I ended up doing a lot of those meetings toward the end. But we started looking at training libraries actually in the spring of September of 2019. We started talking about it, and our first training was in September of 2019, and that was followed by trainings at almost every federation that met in the fall received some training, and then we did some webinars as well a year ago. And that led us to a plan to kind of recruit libraries that were really interested in being very proactive in their communities and getting the word out and supporting a complete count. And so we started calling this group of people census champions, library census champions, and we recruited them and said, rather than send information out kind of blindly, we got those guys together into meetings. We were meeting at one point every other week, but more often we met monthly to just share information and resources. We put together a webpage at the state library with information. We distributed bookmarks, flyers, and posters. We had an amazing plan for all the stuff we were going to do in April. And then COVID happened. So none of that really happened. The plans for our Be Counted Week at the libraries in April were delayed at first and then canceled. And we did, from the very beginning though, have plans for It's Not Too Late to Be Counted Week, which we thought was going to be kind of a wrap up, but it actually turned out to be an event that we held in September. And like I said, even though we have libraries that are still closed or limited hours and access, we still had a lot of libraries that were able to do some activities. And those activities were things like special story times. I'll talk about that a little bit more in a minute. And then we kept adjusting all of our planned activities, events. From April on, we kept meeting and adjusting. And a lot of libraries ended up spending a lot more effort in social media getting the word out. And we distributed a lot of census materials and signs across the state. We became one of the primary ways that the state and the Census Bureau was able to distribute materials. So here's a photo from June. The Great Falls Public Library had limited access, but they hosted the Complete Count Committee chair for the state, our Lieutenant Governor, and in the center of this photo is the director at the Great Falls Public Library. And on the table, you can see some of the census swag that was distributed to people in Great Falls to promote the census. This is just one of the many socially distanced and safe events that were held around our state. And let's see, we've got, hold on, there's somebody in the waiting room. I'm gonna let them in. So this is a sort of a sense of what went on during our It's Not Too Late to Be Counted Week. The Belgrade Public Library put together a census trivia game that they ran online. A lot of libraries participated and promoted that. We had recorded, way back last spring, we recorded a presentation by Desiree Funston from the Missoula Public Library about census through the decades. Desiree is a genealogy specialist at the Missoula Public Library, and she put this presentation together, kind of explaining how the census records in Montana changed over the years and gave lots of cool examples. So a lot of libraries linked that on their social media and promoted it on their website last month. There were census-themed story times using counting books, related activities. These were conducted outside or online. A lot of our libraries had virtual story times. And on the curbside pickups, there were census promotional materials distributed throughout September as well. So if you picked up your books at a library, you probably got a census flyer in your bag with your books. Offsite and outdoors, the libraries were using the hotspots and tablets that were distributed through the hotspot program to help assist with self-reporting, and in some cases lending out those hotspots to other agencies and community folks that were using them for census activities too. And I think probably one of the biggest things libraries did was really kind of broaden the social media outreach that the census was able to do in the state. So just a couple more slides here. I wanted to kind of start down to list all of the outcomes and impacts that I knew about. And one of the ones right off the top was that we were able to really build out our partnerships The state library last December, when we met to kind of map out our partnerships as an agency, we identified the Montana Nonprofit Association as one group we wanted to establish a partnership with, kind of get to know each other kind of situation. And that was, the census turned out to be a really good way for us to get to know the Montana Nonprofit Association better and to introduce them to our libraries. They were able to hook up local nonprofit organizations that were doing census work with libraries. So that was successful. And we're really good friends now with the Census and Economic Information Center, which is, of course, part of the state of Montana. It's a state agency, and they've really come to be library lovers over there, I think it's fair to say. Western Native Voice was another organization that we really previously hadn't worked with, so that was a nice partnership to get established. It is fair to say that thousands of Montanans, despite COVID, visited their libraries to complete their census. I wouldn't say tens of thousands. Most of these self-reporting situations were onesie-twosies. I have libraries who said, getting 8 people to complete the census in a day was a pretty good day. But those really, really added up because Montana did reach the target of 60% of self-reporting, and that just came a couple of weeks ago. So it took a long time. We all thought we were going to be done in June, and it just really, really stretched out. Also, Montana libraries hosted mobile questionnaire assistance. This is when the U.S. Census Bureau actually sets up a spot to kind of catch people and ask them if they've completed their census and collect that information from them if they haven't. So you would find an MQA, they call these, you'd find these in libraries or out in front of a library this summer pretty regularly. So let me get back to my input, see if I got everything there. Yes, I think the next thing that's going to happen as a result of this, and I've already mentioned this to Jenny, the Montana Census and Economic Information Center is already interested in having us work and has already talked with the Montana Redistricting Committee about perhaps having libraries help out in getting community input and citizen input into the redistricting process. That will start happening next year. So we'll see if there's interest in that. It's nice to be asked and to participate in things. And then I thought I'd mention a few things that came up that maybe didn't work so well. Montana's reservation lands are still undercounted. And then there are, of the 7 counties that had the worst self-response rates, 6 of them did not have a library that participated in the Census Champions program. And I think that's because some libraries just couldn't make that commitment in the middle of everything else. And I think some librarians felt that participating in a complete count might be perceived as being political, or that they certainly, our libraries did experience some pushback from people asking them why they were involved in helping to get a complete count. Librarians also told me that they encountered a lot of confusion and misinformation about the census. And we never trained them to become census experts, but just to point people in the right direction. But even when they were trying to help patrons, they got conflicting information, and that was really frustrating. And then the U.S. Census Bureau, this is really unfortunate, but it wasn't at all unusual for them to just not show up at something that the libraries were expecting them to be at. And that includes when CBS News was at the Fallon County Public Library last month to do a story about the census, and the U.S. Census Bureau, who was supposed to be there that day, didn't show up, and nobody responded to any calls. So that's really unfortunate. So we still have some things to work on there. So I just want to tell you, you started out at the dashboard, so I'll skip this part. And then if you have not seen, and I can put this link in the chat box for you all, and I won't walk you through it, but it's a beautiful little story about Baker, Montana, and the Fallon County Public Library, and how tough it is to count everybody in a place like Montana. So it's quite a nice story. It's not perfect, but it's quite a nice story, and I will see if I can clip that and put it into the chat box for you. That's pretty much my report. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
I just
I don't
really
have
want
any
to
questions,
thank
Joanne, but I'm
Joe.
really,
Kudos. Thanks so much for your careful guidance of the Census Champions.
They were so much fun to work from. It was one of those things that I just, meetings I looked forward to all the time.
Ken?
I was just gonna, I don't have a question, but I was really compliment Joanne on her mobile office skills. That was pretty good from your car.
It's not the first time I've done that, Ken. I bet it isn't the first. I bet you've done it a few times too.
Yeah, but I'm not as good as you.
Well, Joe, thank you again for your work on the census. And it is discouraging to hear about the Census Bureau not showing up. It's so important for getting a complete count and getting the financial resources we need to do public work here in Montana. Good work. Sounds like in 10 years we'll know more and maybe be able to, with partners, take another run at it.
Well, we're not out of the we're not out of the running for a new extra congressperson. So we'll see how that goes, but definitely it's all going to be over tomorrow. So says the Supreme Court. So
this is Supreme Court. Well,
I
thank you
did have
very
one
much.
Quick question.
Yes, please.
I just have what, just remind me how many libraries do we have on tribal lands or Native American lands? Are there 7 of them, or?
We have tribal college libraries, and the tribal college libraries, for the most part, didn't really participate in the Census Champions program because of the timing. You know, we originally planned a whole bunch of activities in April, which is not really good timing for them. And then everything shut down, and a lot of them were not in the business, or not actually operating, and still aren't. So, so that we really didn't have tribal college libraries participating much. I'm sure some of them may have distributed some information without my knowing about it, but they weren't we didn't have any that I know of in the Census Champion program. We did have several libraries that serve reservation communities that were participating. Trying to think of who, well, Baker, Fallon County, they serve Northern Cheyenne to some degree. Gosh, I'm hard pressed to say.
Cookbank, Glacier County.
Not Glacier County.
Not
They
Glacier
were
County.
they were originally part of the Champions program, but their library has been closed most of this time. I think they're still closed as far as I know. So they really didn't end up participating. And then I think Havre, I don't know if they did, but honestly, I'd have to look at the list. That's a terrible answer. I'm sorry.
Nook and Harlem.
I just don't have the list in my car. Yeah.
One other question.
Harlem was great.
Ken?
One other question. I don't know if the redistricting committee in Montana or in general, if they have access to the census data without the differential privacy applied. I know it doesn't affect, it's not supposed to affect the total counts for redistricting, but it does affect the perspective of, the at-risk populations that may not have been counted in relation to that. So it's definitely something that I would encourage further discussions about that redistricting committee next year when they start to look at these results. Kind of a double whammy, and it's not unlike a lot of things where we at least have the hope of fixing it in subsequent years. Here we're talking about a decade before anything can be done again. So it's a scary situation.
Any other questions for or comments for Joe?
Joe, this is Kenning. I also want to thank you for a great report and for doing this work. My question is, I'm just wondering, were you ever able to speak with the U.S. Census officials about why they weren't showing up at these events?
Yes. So eventually, I discovered, because I would go to the weekly statewide complete count committee meetings. And I did ask that question and explained, we've got people who are not showing. It was actually pretty hard to get it nailed down, but eventually the upshot was that they weren't getting enough traffic at libraries. They were finding they were getting better traffic at the local, convenience store or grocery store. So they were decided to send their people over there, but they didn't communicate directly with the libraries who were expecting them. So that's kind of what happened at the end. The situation in Baker, when the Census Bureau person didn't show up on the day that CBS News was there, apparently there was, I have to read a little between the lines. So there was never an official response to our question about why they weren't there. But what I understood is that there's very specific ways that local Montana-based census folks are allowed to speak to the press, and otherwise they are very much discouraged from being in situations where the press might be there. So when the Fallon County Library director informed her census person that the CBS News was going to be there, my sense is that they were told not to go and not to say anything about it. I don't know for that for sure, but she was never able to get an actual response. So it's a mystery.
Thank you.
Well, an opportunity lost for sure.
It's just, who knows?
Well, thank you, Joe, very much for your work with that group, and I think I probably owe you a glass of wine too.
Okay, I will take you up on that, but not while I'm driving.
Yeah, not while you're driving.
I'm not actually driving while I'm doing this. That's important.
Oh, that's disappointing to learn.
I'm just in a parking lot. Okay.
Well,
All
thank
right.
you very much. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
I just want to remind the commission that the census is also, of course, important for the state aid to public libraries because it's based on census counts. So if there is an increase in our overall population, according to the official census, libraries will share an increased amount of state aid funding after it'll be in the 2023 appropriation. I think that's right. Maybe it's 2021.
Well, worth remembering. Next item in our agenda is hearing about the Montana Shared Catalog Partners Resource Sharing from Amy Martwick.
Amy had to step away because of a conflict with the Montana Shared Catalog members meeting.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
This afternoon. So
So
Tracy
you,
is still
Tracy?
with us, and Tracy and I can kind of tag team. But Tracy, if you want to go ahead and start the topic.
What do we need to know?
Yeah, so Amy and I have been working together on Partners, and just a quick recap for Dalton's sake. Partners is a group of about 32 libraries across the state of Montana that have kind of basically literally taken down the walls of their collections. So if you are a patron in Missoula, you can place a hold on items not just that Missoula owns, but that any of these libraries own, and it will be delivered to you seamlessly as if you were a patron at those libraries. And it's been around for about 20 years, and the group is made up of all sizes of libraries, and in the last couple of years, just I think changes and shifts have created tension between the group, where particularly for some of the small libraries, they were seeing a lot of their items flow out, and their local patrons who have preference for browsing for those items weren't able to get the items that they wanted. They weren't really using holds the same way. And so Amy and I kind of had started working with this group to try and find a compromise to bring the group together and to have more equity so that the system worked fairly for patrons who like to place holds and patrons who like to browse, and then also for the individual libraries themselves. And it's pretty complicated. I think we're still kind of trying to figure out exactly all of the places where there are conflicts. But one recent step that the group decided to take was to try a pilot where right now everything's open. Everything's supposed to be completely open, access, you can place a hold on anything. They're now going to try a pilot, and they're working on the parameters of that pilot, but in essence, libraries would be allowed to kind of do what's called hold sheltering, which is where for a brief period of time, for instance, their new items will not be available for patrons outside of their library to place a hold. And I am kind of simplifying this a little bit, but it gives you a sense of kind of what the group is going to try. What they want to see is if this does create more equity and if it does make it possible for patrons in those smaller libraries to be able to get access to those items. And the group is going to be kind of coming together to decide on the parameters of that pilot, how long it's going to last, exactly what the rules are going to be. And then from there, they're going to decide kind of how to evaluate the project. Then they'll implement it and then evaluate it at the end to see if it did help with the particular process. And so it's kind of baby steps, but it is slowly moving forward. And I know Amy and I and the current chair of partners, Sam Walters, who's the director of the Hearst Free Library, really want to give this pilot a chance and encouragement and bring the libraries together to kind of figure out how to balance just conflicting patron styles of using the library and just the different sizes of libraries and what that means. Is there anything you want to add, Jenny?
Yeah, I'll just add a few additional comments and maybe some numbers to help with the context. And I know Amy's reported to the commission in the past as well. So imagine a larger library that might be able to purchase, upwards of 10 or a dozen copies of a new popular title and place some of those titles in what's called a grab and go collection where anybody can come in and grab it and check it out. And other copies that they have would be available for their patrons or anybody in a partner's library to also place a hold on that item. And contrast that with a library that's smaller, has a smaller collection and smaller collections budget, and might only be able to purchase one copy, maybe two of that popular title. And because of the current policies of partners, those titles are available for anybody in the partners group to place a hold. And so before that local library's patrons have a chance to check it out, it's going across the state to fill a hold in another library. And as Tracy well described, that kind of policy really serves well those patrons that are adept at placing holds and have that kind of borrowing preference. It doesn't serve well those patrons whose preference is for going into a library and browsing the shelves for new titles. We have long talked about this idea of one Montana library, a single Montana library card where every Montanan has access to equitable library services. And that is truly the vision behind this partners sharing group. It was what was at its foundation. And it's what we all continue to strive for. But as we've looked at the practices and as we've evaluated the policies and have very real data to look at, we have found that the current inequity in resources across our libraries means that we cannot truly effectively meet this vision right now. Using, for example, the Baker Library that we just talked about and ImagineIF Library, I was recently shown some statistics that said that from the Baker Library, over 800 titles last year went to ImagineIF Library. ImagineIF Library conversely sent about 120 titles back to Baker. But when you think about the relative size of those collections, that's a significant number of items going from an under-resourced library to I won't say a well-resourced library, but one of the better resourced libraries in the state. And it's that kind of issue that we hope we can try to address with this pilot. It's a situation that is becoming quite fraught. We've tried to, over the past couple of years, work to try to find solutions and build consensus around those solutions. We had hoped earlier this summer to bring in a mediator to do some facilitated discussions amongst the partner libraries to help them reach consensus. And we of course weren't able to hold that meeting. We felt like it was something that needed to be done face to face. And so we believe, based on the data that we have, that this pilot may make a difference. It may try to bring some equity in a situation that is otherwise sort of facing the barriers of inequity. It's not a perfect solution, but we think it's worth testing, and we know it's going to take a lot of trust on the part of libraries to go through the process of testing maybe a couple of different options that might exist. I hope we are all still on the path to the vision of one Montana library. I think for some libraries, having to take the step of taking this approach feels like a step backwards. It feels like a step away from the original vision of partners. And I understand that concern, and I think it's valid and legitimate. But as I said, I think we've really come to understand how inequity in resources is having a negative impact on the realities of that vision. And while we work to address those issues of inequity, I think we also need to try these options to find a way to have these libraries work more effectively together in order to best benefit all types of user behaviors.
I was at the online meeting where this was discussed about a month ago. I agree with everything that's been said. I have a little additional take on this. The discussion at that meeting was, sort of a zero-sum game. You either optimize services for people who were highly skilled at placing holds, or this is oversimplifying, or you optimize the situation for people to browse. And anytime you move the ball from one side to the other, you disadvantage one group and advantage the other. The thing is, partners represents our best bet, I believe, for practices going forward to create a more equitable delivery of library services, which are sufficient unto the needs of each librarian. So it's important that we get this right, and these do seem like growing pains. What the discussion was with this sort of zero-sum game was it ignored the fact that if you were to add resources to this balance, that it might change. It might change the dynamics. And by resources, I mean money. and so I think as a commission, I think we need to listen in part to this trial period going forward and to these discussions, identifying places where the addition of resources, both money and books and people, could be added strategically to this process to better satisfy the needs of both those who wanted to browse, just wander through their library, and those who were really, really good at doing these holds. It strikes me that we'll never probably get a perfect balance. Not everybody will ever be happy, but we can improve satisfaction and improve equity of available services and materials at some point by having a statewide strategy for fundraising and for providing these services, and have it less of a zero-sum game where one group wins, the other group necessarily loses. Jenny, does that make sense to you?
It does, and let me give you a concrete example. We have identified some dollars that will be freed up this fiscal year for our LSTA FY20 award. And one of the priorities that we're looking at, and we'll discuss with the Network Advisory Council next month, is the idea of a leased collection. We don't have enough money to invest in a truly robust leased collection, but we think we have enough money to test something where we could work with different vendors to have new materials coming into the state, possibly targeted at filling those holds. And then as those titles become less popular, they can be replaced with more current titles. We hope that that will free up local monies to help support more robust collections locally and address those issues of inequity that are currently stymieing this kind of process.
And inherent in a strategy like that is having the tools to be able to use that, which means pretty much being part of the shared catalog, which means really being part of partners. And only a fraction of Montana's libraries are a partner member. So there'll be policy implications that will need to be thought through to make that process going forward a fair process. It does strike me that if we could do that, though, that would be a way of us discovering whether that kind of strategy would work and whether that sort of ups the desirability of moving towards at least having some aspects of libraries more shared. Anyhow.
I want to acknowledge Tracy. She's been reaching out to all of the partner libraries, just really listening to them, understanding their concerns. This is an emotionally high issue, and so Tracy's taken on a lot in having those conversations with them, but it's been really helpful to our understanding of the complexities of the situation. So Tracy, thank you for that. Amy and Kara and the other system administrators of the shared catalog are thinking very deliberately, as Tracy said, of the parameters of the pilot and the impacts that we want to have from the pilot so that we can make sure that the pilot addresses the concerns, that we're collecting good information and feedback, and that we understand whether or not what we are testing furthers our goals or creates further issues for the libraries. We're planning about a 6-month pilot. That information about those parameters will go out to partner libraries later this week. And then we're going to ask those libraries to decide on a couple of different options that they might look at as they go through the testing. And from there, then they'll launch the pilot. So really, great work from staff there as well. The other point I wanted to make is that there's actually a couple of other resource sharing groups within the state. The libraries in Gallatin County, Four Rivers, no, Tracy, I'm forgetting their name.
Bridgernet?
Bridgernet, thank you. They also have a resource sharing group. They're not a part of partners. They do have this hold sheltering practice as one of their policies. And prior to the pandemic and prior to really trying to address these concerns, we had discussions about trying to merge Bridgernet and partners. And we knew that this specific issue, whether or not to shelter hold, was going to be one of the key talking points to work through as we have those kinds of conversations. I hope if we find a way to resolve these matters successfully that a larger outcome might be the joining of these two groups.
Commissioners, do you have any comments or any questions for Tracy or Jenny about the partner sharing groups? Hearing none, thank you very much, both of you. Tracy, thank you, Jenny, for that. Let's talk about public library standards.
That's why I didn't stop my video.
Tracy and I sort of giving each other the eye.
It's like, do you want to go first? Who's on first? I'll start, Jenny, and then you can jump in. So the Public Library Standards Task Force met in early September, and we had a really great discussion about whether or not we should move forward and what changes should we make based on kind of what we learned in COVID and also the public comment that we received this spring. And I think the group had, I think, very good ideas, and I really liked kind of what they suggested, which is they do think it's time to begin moving forward. They asked me to consider writing a set of essential standards that libraries absolutely had to comply with in order to receive state funding. Those standards would be shorter though, and then that there would be a set of, and we're still kind of wrestling with the name, I'm just going to use excellent standards for now, but these excellent standards would be very aspirational and would be kind of a combination of standards that an individual library might strive for and standards that would encourage collaboration across a region or a federation or even the entire state. And so Jenny kindly volunteered to sit down with me to help write that. So I've got the essential standards. I've got a draft that I have asked Jenny and the other two state library consultants, Pam Henley and Suzanne Reimer, to take a look at and give me some initial feedback. And then Jenny and I are meeting next week to kind of sit down and tackle those excellent standards and to really kind of think about what that would look like. The piece that we still need to think about is the issue of, if you have these excellent standards and libraries don't have to comply with them to receive state funding, how do you still encourage them to do that? And then I see that Superintendent Arntzen had a question, and no, at this time there is not a document. Jenny and I are in the process of writing it because of the changes that the task force presented. So we will write that document, we will send it to the task force and meet in November, and the goal is to have a document for you, the commission, to review in December, and then decide on whether or not to go forward from there. Is there anything you would like to add, Jenny? Or Bruce, as the commission rep?
I think you summarized it well. Some of the nature of the discussions from the last task force meeting were ensuring that we're doing what we can, what we know now, and making sure that the standards reflect what we've learned through the pandemic. It's really important for us and for the consultants to feel like the standards are a tool that really advance library development. We don't want it to just be a rote exercise and that the work of the consultants is simply nagging librarians to submit their standards, but the standards are a tool to help libraries think about how they can further their services to their communities. That led us to discussions about how we can further services through collaboration and thinking about how we might then envision standards that might be met through collaboration through regions, federations, statewide. For example, we had gotten a lot of pushback about the standard that would require each library to have a certified trustee. And in thinking about that feedback, the trustees themselves make up the boards for the federations. And so one idea that we're thinking about tossing around is the idea that each federation have a number of certified trustees, something like that, and that we can encourage collaboration. That's where the thinking is at this point. I look forward to the next meeting with the task force.
This process is sort of dragged on, but I think it's dragged on in a really good way. I think it's sort of every iteration it gets much better, and I think more helpful. Some of that was sort of triggered by the pandemic. Some of it's just sort of thinking through standards and sort of a new library environment that has a number of different aspects to it. So I believe the commission will be happier now with the results now than they would have been earlier, and I think it's been worth patience to get it right. And I think during the process we've been able to stay to listen to and stay responsive to the library community's needs for us to kind of slow her down and run through it yet another time and continue to grind our flour finer to get this more of a refined product. So I think this is good and important, and I'm encouraged.
Does anyone have any questions for me?
Well, tell us about the Community Catalyst Grant.
Yeah, this is actually pretty exciting, and I would rank this as one of my work joys. So the State Library received $174,000 from the Institute of Museum and Library Services through their Community Catalyst Grant. And this is a grant that involves 6 states. We are the lead, but it also includes Arizona, Idaho, North Dakota, South Dakota, and Wyoming. And the 6 states have come together. All of us have a lot of small and rural libraries, and we've seen a real need for strategic planning to prioritize services, and also, as Jenny and I frequently talk about, to really encourage library boards and library directors to get feedback from their community and use that to design services, and to also have dreams and goals, and a goal to like go out and get more resources to provide those services. And so the final deliverable of this grant is at least 30, but hopefully more, small and rural libraries will have a strategic plan. And the hope is that that strategic plan will include at least one goal, identifying a part of their community that isn't receiving library services, and will try to provide better services for that portion of their community. To do that, we will be having intensive institutes where facilitators from each of the 6 states will be trained in the rapid results planning process, which is from Library Strategies. Library Strategies is working with us on the grant and was very helpful. And they will be able to provide no cost or low cost facilitation of strategic plans for these small and rural libraries. And then prior to that, we will have an importance of strategic planning phase, where we're going to try to get at the barriers of like fear or reluctance, because why go through this planning process if you're, not going to be able to make anything happen? And so we're going to talk about that. And then the phase kind of prior to that is really focusing on that community piece and trying to do a training where we get librarians and potentially board members to really scan their community and to think about how to engage people they don't normally work with and how to include them in the process. And Library Strategies, I have to kind of say, has been wonderful to work with. They've been really committed to this idea. And I've actually talked about the Fair Library Access Resolution as I talk about this, because I think this is part of carrying out that work of ensuring that all Montanans have services sufficient unto their needs. So Jenny and I met with the other members of the other state libraries actually last week, and it was just a very energizing, wonderful meeting. We didn't really know what to expect, and what we found was the group is kind of like, we're all in, let's collaborate. And I kind of have to give a shout out to the Western Council of State Librarians, because I think that those state librarians have really worked together, and they've really encouraged their staff to work together. And I think that that meeting, and I believe what will happen with this grant, is a testament to their encouragement of collaboration. So I'm very much looking forward to it and to kicking it off. And I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Well, this sounds great. This sounds great, and it'll be fun to watch this as it develops and to hear about the progress as we move through. It's such valuable work, and it's a pleasure to be given $150,000 to do it with. Well done. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I told Jenny I didn't even know I had grant writing in the skill set. Federal grants they are tough.
And I think the meeting was also exhilarating because it was scheduled to start when we had the internet outage last week. And so there was a little adrenaline scrambling to try to figure out how to get Tracy online so we could get the meeting started. Of course, I didn't have internet access either. So actually the hotspots came into play.
Yes, I used my connections with the Great Falls Public Library director to say, I really, really need a mobile hotspot. I know you're not open, but may I please have a mobile hotspot? So I am one of the beneficiaries of the mobile hotspot program. And I was very grateful.
Well, that's one of the fundamentals of storytelling is to show, not tell. So rather than saying we need broadband, you showed how desperately we need reliable broadband.
Yes, because state librarians are very busy people. So I was like, I do not want to try to reschedule this.
Well, thank you for that good work. And
Just out of curiosity, do those hotspots use access the 5G network, or will they?
You know, I don't know. I'm trying to remember what it was saying.
I think I might have asked that before, and I can't remember what I got the answer for, but supposedly Verizon turned theirs on yesterday.
Oh, interesting.
Oh, yeah. I had one of the T-Mobile ones. But let me I'll ask John Kilgour, and I'll send a message to Jenny to forward on to you.
I apologize to John. I think he already answered that question for me once.
It's okay. There are a lot of details, Ken.
I should quickly add while we're talking about the hotspots, I forgot to mention this earlier. The far northeast corner of the state, Sheridan County, that area is really not well served by either Verizon or T-Mobile. And the VMont, the telecommunication provider up there, does have mobile hotspots, but they were out of the price range that we could afford with the funding that we had available. And so we reached out to them and asked if they would be willing to partner with us and cover the cost difference from the funding that we had available, and they were graciously willing to do that. So we're able to now serve that corner of the state as well.
Well, good deal. Jenny, you and Marilyn want to talk to us about Treasure State.
I'm going to let Marilyn take the lead. Is Marilyn still with us?
Hi, excuse me. I would love to talk about this. So I can just talk a little bit about the MOU and also what we kind of hope to accomplish with our new partnership with Trails. So this year, we're kind of very informally thinking of this year as a kind of a transition year. One of our main goals was to get the MOU signed. We are also going to spend a lot of time learning our role and responsibilities within the organization. I believe we're the only non-academic library in the consortium, so there's going to be quite a bit of discussion about how best we can fit in with our organization and, you know, go forward, that kind of thing. We also initially just want to be able to continue to provide the resources that we already do provide, the databases and research resources we do already provide to the Montana State Library employees, Montana State employees, and then also a couple select librarians throughout the state. And that will be accomplished. And eventually, we kind of want this to be a symbiotic relationship that will benefit both Trails and Montana State Library. We're excited to see the Trails Consortium be able to grow and thrive throughout the state of Montana, and hopefully be able to add more libraries and provide more access to resources throughout the states. And eventually, we'd like to be able to provide equal access to Montana State employees to have the same research resources as other academic institutions. So we're excited to see where this all goes, and we're happy to be a part of this. Any questions? Or Jenny, do you need to add anything?
I don't think so, Marilyn. Great job.
Thanks.
Yes, indeed. Super. Kenning, Digital Public Library of America.
So this is a continuation of a couple of conversations that we've had in this commission about, well, we were headed down the road of severing ties with DPLA, but then they came back to us and we came to an agreement and signed an MOU with them to do a pilot project that will hopefully demonstrate that if we give them our access objects from our digital collections, that will cause Google to finally index DPLA and therefore give much greater exposure to those objects. And so Jenny and I have a kickoff meeting with DPLA scheduled on Monday. And it looks as though probably for the pilot, we're going to give them 5,000 objects. Jennifer suggested or asked if those could all come from MSU, and we can do that. Maybe easier logistically to just do it that way rather than trying to gather some from every partner. And once we give them the objects, they will either just integrate them with the existing collections, or if that doesn't work, create a separate collection and then make the necessary connections to Google by submitting a new sitemap, and that will invite Google in to come and index. And so fingers crossed, and hopefully that will work. And if it works, then we can use it as a demonstration to hopefully bring other DPLA partners into this method. Jenny, do you want to add anything, or Jennifer?
I'll just reiterate what I've... Oh, go ahead, Jennifer, sorry.
I just wanted to say thank you to Kenning for taking the lead on this project in light of all the other things, particularly the RFP being as monstrous as it has been this year. It's great to pass this particular project on to somebody else to take the lead on. Thank you.
And I
just very well.
I just wanted to say that I really hope that this can become the basis for a new business model for the DPLA. I think it would benefit libraries around the country, would benefit users around the country. I'm really glad to be at the table and as they explore this kind of opportunity. It's a great opportunity for us to really show some leadership. But I really, really hope that this can become an option that will help DPLA to really continue to be viable and to continue to serve the vision that it had when it was first created.
And from my perspective, MSU is demonstrating what a great partner it is. So Kenning, thank you very much. This is great. This is how we do it, right? This is how we get her done. So thank you very much. If there are no further questions or comments about that, let's move on to calendar review. And as always, that's in commission goals and objectives. As always, my worry is there's something that we need to do that's not covered. Is that a problem, or are we do we have people who have volunteered to be part of every upcoming meeting?
I think we do need to look at the Federation meetings. I don't know that we have a commissioner committed to the Pathfinder Federation meeting on the 22nd, and that will be a virtual meeting.
October 22nd.
And that was one that I was supposed to attend. It was originally earlier this month, and then it got rescheduled.
That's right, it got rescheduled.
And I can't, I have another commitment on the 22nd.
Are there any commissioners who can do it on the 22nd?
No, I have another commitment.
I can do
Dalton,
that.
You're a little fuzzy there. Are you able to do the 22nd?
I cannot. I have another commitment.
Okay. Well, why don't you put
I can do that one. I can do
Could
it.
you do the 22nd, Ken?
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you very much. You're doing one on the 21st as well.
What's the 21st is? Yeah, that's an easy one. That's fine too. Yeah.
Okay. And you're good with that?
Yes.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. I was about to volunteer, but bless you. Are there any other holes that people have found in the schedule that we need to fill?
Not that I'm aware of at this point. I did want to ask a question of the commission. The Montana Library Association conference is currently tentatively scheduled for April 14th through 17th in Billings. And the program proposals is currently open. And if the commission is interested and willing, I would again submit the conversations with the commission program proposal. Dalton, that's something that the commission annually hosts at the State's Library Association Professional Conference. It's a chance for the commission to really engage with the library community directly about the work of the state library and any specific topics of interest at the given meeting. We had it scheduled for the spring, and then that conference was canceled and moved virtually, so we didn't offer conversations with the commission in 2020. So if you're interested, I'm happy to submit a program proposal for the 2021 conference, and would also like to know if that conference is moved online, if you have an interest in hosting the conversations with commission in a virtual setting.
Just speaking solely for myself, online sounds great. April sounds a little early given the COVID-19 epidemic. Everything depends upon how quickly we get on top of it, but looking at sorting through the tea leaves, that seems awfully early to me, and I wouldn't want to commit the commission or staff to exposing themselves to a dangerous situation. And at this point, I'm no longer wearing my chair hat. That's just me, one commissioner. How do other commissioners feel about that?
I agree.
Okay.
Ken, and then Dalton.
Yes, I agree. It's I'm not going to plan on attending any in-person meetings at this point until something shakes loose with this. I'm going to stick virtually, getting good at curbside deliveries from the grocery store.
Yeah. Dalton?
Bruce, I second your concern.
Okay. Kenning, do you have thoughts?
I don't have a particularly strong opinion either way.
Okay.
Bruce, this
Jane?
is Elsie. Thank you. What I'm looking at is we need to put a plan in and be definite about it. And I think that plan, whether it is virtual or whether it is not, a contingency plan, of course, but I think the more definite plan that we have, the better it will be for our constituents.
Thank you. That does make sense. I'm a nervous guy.
This is the
Jamie?
first.
I missed most of that. It was so garbled that most of your discussion, I finally unmuted and it's not any better, but I'm good with what the majority decides.
Okay. Jenny, you had a thought?
Based on what I'm hearing from other organizations, April does seem a little early to me to be planning for an in-person meeting. No other organizations that I'm currently working with are planning in-person meetings, at least through this fiscal year. If we were to offer a definite plan, what I suggest is that we let Debbie Kramer know that the commission is interested in participating if the option to participate virtually is available to us.
I'm reflecting upon Elsie's suggestion that seems, and others' concerns, that seems like a good solution.
All right, thanks, Mike.
Are there any commissioners disagreeing with that? And then Jenny, why don't we do that? We'll be ready with the virtual, and if happily we can get together face to face, we'll just turn the virtual into in person. Good.
I had one more matter I just wanted to raise for the record. We found a very minor error in the June meeting minutes in the meeting log. The error was that it reflected that the meeting resumed at 2:45 p.m. after lunch, when in fact lunch was from 12:15 to 12:45. And so I just want to make sure that that change is noted for the record.
Thank you very much. Is there any public comment on any matter not contained in this agenda that's within our jurisdiction? Are there any other business items or any other announcements? Well, thank you very much. It's 2:03. Let's adjourn. Do we need to vote on adjournment? No, not really. I appreciate all of you being here and appreciate all of you playing along with these new guidelines for being there in actual almost person with the cameras on. I think it helped me a little bit understand what you were thinking. I didn't see anyone's forehead smacking their desk, so that's always a plus. Thank you again, staff and Jenny, for all your good work. And this was fun.
It's snowing here.
Oh my goodness.
It's snowing?
It's snowing.
It's not unusual for us to have snow on the October commission meeting.
Doesn't mean it's normal.
Well, everyone stay warm and stay well. And